Chapter 3084. He couldn't be more familiar with this power. It was the power of his dual pupils. When unleashed, it could tear the world apart. It was the ability that he was proud of, but he never expected that one day someone could use this move to deal with him. Although he was very familiar with this move, he had no way to counter it because it was his own move. There was no need to think of a way to counter it. And finally there was a flaw. Not to mention, he felt that Yi Shiwen's comprehension of the dual pupils was no less than his own. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's strength was above his own, so much so that his emperor-level body had been torn apart by the pure power of the pupil. Even when he was at his peak, he couldn't achieve such a terrifying ability. It was impossible to tear the physical body of an emperor directly. At most, he could only use this move to restrict the ability of an emperor. After all, the physical body of an emperor was said to be the most powerful in the world. It was impossible to tear it apart with pure eye power. It could only be possible to kill the other party with the assistance of martial arts. And now, Yi Shiwen completely tore him apart with just eye power. The green-eyed emperor couldn't imagine how profound Yi Shiwen's skills were. Puff! The physical body of the green-eyed emperor was directly torn into pieces and blood splattered in the sky. Just one blow severely injured the green-eyed emperor. The torn physical body of the green-eyed emperor retreated frantically, trying to reassemble in the void. There were generally two ways to injure the physical body of an emperor. One was to regenerate a cell, and the other was to reassemble the physical body. The consumption of the latter was far less than the former. Unless it was a last resort, no one would choose to abandon the physical body. In the next instant, the green-eyed emperor reassembled in the distance. However, before he could do anything, a white palm suddenly shuttled through the layers of space and appeared in front of him. How is this possible? When the green-eyed emperor saw this palm, he immediately remembered that it was the same when Yi Shiwen dug out his eyes. However, the speed of this hand was too fast. With a snap, it tightly gripped the neck of the green-eyed emperor. The blue-eyed emperor kept struggling, but there was no way for him to break free. The word seal above his head kept emitting brilliant light, and around the word were divine chains of order, nomological laws. Every chain was connected to heaven and earth, using the power of heaven and earth to suppress the blue-eye emperor. Although Yi Shiwen did not study the Tao of sealing, his understanding of the word seal was already above most people in this world. However, it was still not enough to seal a fourth realm sovereign emperor in a single move. All of this naturally relied on the power of heaven and earth. With the power of heaven and earth as a medium, no matter how strong the blue-eyed emperor was, it seemed insignificant compared to the power of heaven and earth. Impossible. Aren't you injured? The jade-eye emperor struggled and roared. Injured? Ha ha ha. Do you think those two pieces of trash can hurt me? I just wanted to see what you wanted to do. So I deliberately pretended to be injured. Otherwise, those two things can't even hurt a hair of mine. Yi Shiwen sneered. There was indeed a loophole in his time magic robe. However, his gilded tyrant form was invincible. In fact, it wasn't inferior to an ordinary Taoist robe. In fact, he could confront an ordinary Taoist tool head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. In fact, even an emperor lord would find it difficult to injure him. So, it was needless to say that these two creatures had been strengthened with some emperor lord techniques. Even if he was ambushed, it was impossible to hurt him, who had the tyrant golden form. All of this was just a pretense. It was just that even Yi Shiwen did not expect such an accident to happen behind his back. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, the big bloody hole in his chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. You. Green-Eye Emperor's eyes widened. He never expected that he would let those two creatures attack Yi Shiwen. It was not only because he hated Yi Shiwen, but also because among this group of people, the real threat was Yi Shiwen, who was in the fifth realm. As long as he severely injured Yi Shiwen first, the rest would be much simpler. However, things were far from that simple, because he did not expect that Yi Shiwen was not injured at all. On the contrary, everything that happened before was just a show for him. If not, he would not have fallen for Yi Shiwen's trick in a moment of carelessness. Even if a fifth realm master had an overwhelming advantage over a fourth realm master, he would not be able to seal him in one blow. Not to mention that he was already at the peak of the fourth realm, which was not much worse than Yi Shiwen before his breakthrough. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was fine, both Holy Emperor of Water and Fire and Fong Byron were overjoyed. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. They were almost forced into a dead end, so they could only fight with their lives on the line. However, it was different now. Yi Shiwen had recovered, and suddenly had the powerful combat power of a fifth realm master. Even in the midst of the battle, Holy Emperor Golden Cicada was also very excited. Now that they also had a fifth realm master on their side, the gap between them was not that big. On the other hand, the 9 transformations Divine Emperor's expression changed slightly, but he did not show it on his body, because they still had the upper hand. So what if the opponent had a fifth realm master? They had 2 on their side. Roar, interesting. That fifth realm emperor level creature slowly manifested its body in the void. However, it was much smaller than its original body. For a battle of this level, the size of one's body could not determine the outcome of the battle. This emperor-level creature of the fifth realm was constantly changing in the void and turned into a man wearing iron armor. His face had a somewhat ferocious expression, and he stared at Yi Shiwen as if he was staring at a dead thing. Anyone who dares to stand in our way must die. This emperor-level creature of the fifth realm looked coldly at Yi Shiwen. Several other emperor-level creatures had already surrounded Yi Shiwen. They had already seen that the real threat was this man, and the others were nothing at all. Boom! A dazzling light instantly rose from the body of the emperor-level creature of the fifth realm. Everyone could see clearly that the dazzling power of the Great Way was released from his body. Although they did not cultivate the laws, they could also touch the Great Way with their own magical powers. These were 2 completely different Great Ways. Endless, dazzling light was like a rain of light dancing in the void. Inside his body, the battle chi was surging, as if the entire void had turned into a huge battlefield, invincible. On this battlefield, he was an invincible god of war. Swish! The figure of the emperor-level creature of the fifth realm suddenly disappeared. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be in a violent turbulence. In an instant, the sun and the moon lost their light, the world lost its color, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. He directly blasted out a punch, and the iron clothes on his body fluttered along with the fierce astral wind. He did not use any fancy tricks. He immediately attacked with a peerless attack. Both of them were at the fifth realm, and his move to deprive the control of the laws was useless against Yi Shiwen. Even if there was a gap between their skills, it was unknown how long it would take for Yi Shiwen to completely control the laws. Obviously, this was not a place for a good fight. It was too dangerous, and even an emperor-level creature could fall here. A cold killing intent also emerged from Yi Shiwen's body. The hair on his head danced, and the battle intent continued to rise from his body. It was as if a peerless demon god had awakened. His expression was a bit dignified. This was also a master of the fifth realm. This was the first time he had fought with an expert of the same level after entering the fifth realm. Boom! The fists of both sides collided fiercely. In an instant, the brilliance of the light flooded the world. Everyone only saw the dazzling brilliance and heard an earth-shattering bang. The aftermath turned into waves in an instant and spread in all directions. The rumbling sounds were incessant, and the entire ground cracked under the impact of the waves. Many of the bone demons hiding in the ground did not even have time to react before they died, tragically, and turned into powder. The power of the fight between the two was even greater than the fight between the Golden Cicada Divine Emperor and the 9 transformations, divine emperor. The aftermath of the fight between the real existences of the fifth realm was enough to annihilate countless quasi-emperors. Puff! Fong Byron spurted out a mouthful of blood. The aura he had condensed collapsed directly in the aftermath of the fight between the two. He could not hold on at all. After all, he had only forcibly summoned back a part of the Tao fruit of his previous life. He was not a real emperor-level creature. In such a collision, even a quasi-emperor would die. Only an emperor-level creature could stand firm. Fortunately, the sacred emperor of water and fire protected him, preventing him from being completely turned into ashes in the fight between the two of them. At the same time, his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. These two people were really too terrifying. The fifth realm was only the fifth realm. Although there was only a difference of one realm, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If it were him, he would not have any chance of winning against either of these two people. Fortunately, there was one more expert of the fifth realm on his side. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape today. Both of them were not at the bottom of the fifth realm. On the side, several other emperor-level creatures did not dare to come forward, because they knew very well that this was not the time to intervene. They could not intervene in a fight between experts of the fifth realm who were at their peak state. Thump, thump, thump. Both sides slightly retreated a few steps. In the crazy collision of their bodies, they were almost equally matched. Yi Shiwen calmed the surging of his blood and qi. He narrowed his eyes. This emperor-level creature of the fifth realm was no different from the 9 transformations, divine emperor. They were both at the intermediate stage of the fifth realm, which was not worse than Yi Shiwen. There was only one way to end this fight quickly. A crazy idea circled in his mind. Chapter 3085. The more intense the battle, the more terrifying existences would be attracted to the Pan-Heavenly Palace. They could not stay for long. Because of this, whether it was the emperor-level creature of the fifth realm, the 9 changes divine emperor, or even Yi Shiwen, they all had the same idea. They had to find a way to get rid of each other as soon as possible. However, a battle of similar strength could easily turn into a protracted battle. Yi Shiwen was already very satisfied with his current strength. After all, these people had been cultivating for many years, while Yi Shiwen himself had only been cultivating for a few years. However, this was not enough. If he wanted to finish the battle in a short time, this level of strength was far from enough. He had to make a breakthrough and go further. And if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he had to make a breakthrough in the battle. To make a breakthrough in the battle with a fifth realm master of the same realm, one could imagine how crazy such an idea was. Others' breakthroughs were accidentally triggered by a certain special situation. There were very few people who took the initiative to make a breakthrough because it was simply impossible to achieve. Every breakthrough was only possible after countless accumulations. It could not happen out of thin air. In particular, Yi Shiwen had just pushed his realm to the middle stage of the fifth realm. On the contrary, he had already accumulated enough strength, so he did not have the conditions to make a breakthrough on the spot. However, even so, it could not stop Yi Shiwen's plan. He had the mysterious space, so everything was possible. In his body, a dragon vein was pulled out, and with a technique, the dragon vein began to burn. It turned into a sky full of spiritual energy and began to pour into the mysterious space. In order to make a breakthrough in the shortest time possible, Yi Shiwen was determined. Countless information about the Great Way also rushed into Yi Shiwen's mind, so that his understanding of the Great Way began to rise. Not enough, not enough. Yi Shiwen roared in his heart. On the other side, the emperor-level creature of the fifth realm did not give up its control over Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, it completely adjusted its state in a short period of time. Divine law chains sprayed out from its body, dazzling and dazzling. It wanted to build its own divine land. All kinds of pneuma were completely boiling in an instant, as if they were boiling and starting to burn. Boom! Another terrifying attack bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen instantly felt that he was being rejected by the power of the world. A terrifying power was surging in the void. This was a shocking divine ability. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes, and the endless power of his pupils erupted in an instant, like a blooming flower, sweeping up the endless power and transforming into the endless great Tao. 3,000 martial arts were all blooming at this moment, and it was extremely gorgeous. He had already completely mastered the dual pupils, so naturally he had also grasped the method to release martial arts and divine arts from the dual pupils. At the crucial moment, this divine art could erupt with power far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Boom! The two sides clashed once again. The terrifying power from both sides caused the entire sky to collapse. They even forced the battle between the 9 transformations Divine Emperor and the Golden Cicada Saint Emperor to one side. Wait for me. I'll help you once I'm done with this guy. At this time, the 9 transformations Divine Emperor also saw Yi Shiwen's amazing combat power, and naturally understood that it would not be easy for the Emperor-level creature of the 5th realm to take down Yi Shiwen. Therefore, the best way was naturally to gather the strength of both of them to finally kill Yi Shiwen after he had dealt with the Golden Cicada Saint Emperor. This was the safest and most likely method. So, you hold him back for now. I understand. The Emperor-level creature of the 5th realm roared and roared. He also wanted to blow up the human in front of him with a punch, but there was no way. The opponent's cultivation was almost no less than his. It was not like what the Green-Eyed Emperor had said, that Yi Shiwen should be someone who had just broken through to the 5th realm. He originally did not take Yi Shiwen seriously. The fundamental reason was that the information sent back by the Green-Eyed Emperor mentioned that Yi Shiwen should have just broken through not long ago, so it should be impossible for Yi Shiwen to be his opponent. However, this was not the case at all. As soon as he attacked, the strength of the opponent did not seem like that of someone who had just broken through. On the contrary, it was like an old antique who had been in the 5th realm for hundreds of thousands of years. He even seemed to faintly feel that Yi Shiwen seemed to be getting stronger, although he kept telling himself that it was just an illusion. After all, how could it be possible to advance in the midst of a battle? But this feeling was getting more and more obvious. On the other side, the Green-Eyed Emperor kept yelling, "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and help me out." He was almost sandwiched in the middle of the battle between the two masters. Countless aftershocks of the battle directly washed over, and the seal that Yi Shiwen cast only sealed his strength, but did not help him resist the aftershocks of these explosions. Moreover, even his martial arts were sealed, and he could only rely on his own physical body to resist. It was fine once or twice, but after a few times he was seriously injured. In addition, Yi Shiwen had already severely injured and shattered his physical body once. Now he almost felt like he was about to die. This feeling was like suffering in hell. He hated Yi Shiwen even more. If it were not for Yi Shiwen, how would he end up like this? If he was hit by the impact of the shock waves from both sides, he was likely to die directly. Even an Emperor Lord was no exception. After all, his martial arts were sealed. After the remaining few Emperor-level creatures looked at each other, a 3rd realm Emperor-level creature made a move. His huge claws were like clouds in the sky, and he directly attacked, grabbing at the word seal above the Green-Eyed Emperor's head. The Holy Emperor Water and Fire was about to protect the seal and not let the Green-Eyed Emperor, who was at the peak of the 4th realm, out when he heard Yi Shiwen's voice. "Holy Emperor Water and Fire, you don't have to do anything. These clowns can't break my seal at all." Yi Shiwen's words were full of confidence, which made the Holy Emperor Water and Fire extinguish his intention to help. Boom! This 3rd realm Emperor-level creature had just touched the huge word seal when he heard a loud explosion. A terrifying force erupted from the seal, and then the huge front claw of this 3rd realm Emperor-level creature suddenly exploded. Roar! This 3rd realm Emperor-level creature was both shocked and enraged, but there was nothing he could do. His entire front claw seemed to have been entangled by a terrifying force. If he hadn't cut off his arm at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Impossible. He looked at the seal in disbelief. How could a seal that was casually set up have such power? After all, he was also an emperor-level creature that was comparable to an emperor lord. His physical body was also extremely tyrannical. How could it be so vulnerable? Power of heaven and earth. His seal has the power of heaven and earth. We can't act rashly. At this time, the other emperor-level creatures had already seen that this was actually the power of heaven and earth. The seal borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, a simple seal would not be able to completely seal the green-eyed emperor, who was at the peak of the fourth realm, and prevent him from breaking free. This was clearly proof that he had an amazing understanding of the Tao of sealing. No matter how powerful his own power was, he would eventually be exhausted if he used his own power to seal the enemy. Even an emperor lord was no exception. The power of an individual creature was ultimately limited, but the power of heaven and earth was endless. Therefore, those powerful sealing masters were also very clear that channeling the power of heaven and earth into the seal was the way to go. Although these emperor-level creatures did not cultivate laws, their insight was not bad. Although they were cruel, they also had profound knowledge. How could they not see it? At the same time, they looked at Yi Shiwen with even more fear in their eyes. Yi Shiwen had more means than they had imagined. At the same time, the green-eyed emperor was also screaming. He who was sealed in the seal suffered the backlash of the power of heaven and earth. He who had no spiritual power had no power to resist at all. He could only watch as this force bombarded his body, almost causing his physical body to explode again. He no longer dared to call for others to rescue him. If he forcibly opened the seal, he might die before he could be rescued. He roared with grief and indignation in his heart. How could this Yi Shiwen be so powerful? He was just a rogue, cultivator. How could he have so many means? At this time, he had already begun to regret accepting this task to provoke Yi Shiwen. If not, he would not end up like this in the end. On the battlefield on both sides seemed to have begun to become clear. The golden cicada Saint Emperor was already at a disadvantage, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. This was because he knew very well that he must not be defeated. Otherwise, they would be finished. He could only try his best to delay the 9 transformations Divine Emperor and buy as much time as possible for Yi Shiwen. The 9 transformations Divine Emperor had the opposite idea. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. On the other side, as the battle became more and more intense, the two sides exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Yi Shiwen's advantage began to gradually become apparent. He actually began to suppress the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm. Boom! Suddenly a loud sound was heard. Countless divine chains of the principles of order on Yi Shiwen's body began to shake and spread in all directions with a crashing sound. Yi Shiwen's vitality soared into the sky and condensed into a pillar that soared straight into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his strength had actually risen by a level. Chapter 3086. The aura on Yi Shiwen's body erupted like a volcanic eruption. Behind Yi Shiwen, the Mingxin ancient tree emerged faintly. The colorful light and shadow shrouded his body, making him look like a deity. There was a rumbling sound of thunder coming from his body. His blood was like a surging river, rising and falling like a vast sea. It was deafening. Many laws turned into a rain of light that danced in the sky, and these were precisely the signs of a breakthrough. Although it was not a breakthrough of a whole realm, it still made everyone on the battlefield feel completely dumbfounded. Breaking through in the middle of a battle, such a thing was not often seen even with the knowledge of Emperor Lords. Especially when it was a breakthrough in the Emperor Lord realm, it was simply impossible. At least, they had never seen it before. How is this possible? I don't believe such a situation will happen. The 5th realm Emperor level creature was completely furious. What kind of technique is this? Although he cultivated divine abilities and not laws like other imperial emperors, the essence was the same. He did not dare to believe that such a situation could happen. "Stop talking nonsense," Yi Shiwen shouted. The aura on his body was still skyrocketing. However, he himself roared violently. The spiritual power in his body vibrated violently. The surrounding heaven and earth caused a strong resonance. Countless laws began to construct a small world under his leadership. Yi Shiwen had completely stepped into the late stage of the fifth realm, which greatly improved Yi Shiwen's strength on the spot. Yi Shiwen roared and directly rushed out violently. He blasted out a punch. Coupled with his newly upgraded realm, his attack was extremely unyielding, and the offensive power was extremely terrifying. 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. In an instant, it had completely turned into 6 paths of reincarnation. It almost tore the entire world apart. Countless terrifying forces evolved at this time and turned into 6 paths of reincarnation, suppressing on the spot. Damn, what kind of move is this? That emperor-level creature of the 5th realm suddenly felt the terror of Yi Shiwen's attack. It had already involved a completely different kind of law. It even involved life and death. This was the biggest headache for emperor-class creatures. Although he was an emperor-class creature and could even compete with an imperial lord, he did not have a deep understanding of the laws. His understanding of the laws between life and death might not even be as good as that of an ordinary Tao-proving god. That was why they couldn't transcend life and death, which was also fatal to them. Now, Yi Shiwen had used his fist to suppress the world's principles. So, one could well imagine how powerful it was. He even had a feeling that his soul was about to be forcefully extracted from it and sent into the endless cycle of reincarnation. He roared and blasted out a punch. The iron armor on his body also made a loud sound, and a drastic change immediately occurred between heaven and earth. He directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! A frightening power erupted, and the shockwaves from the collision between the two sides turned into violent waves that swept in all directions. Everyone could even see the space in front of them, trembling violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Under the suppression of Yi Shiwen's fist, the 5th realm emperor-level creature was shaken and forced to retreat. He had suffered a great loss in terms of strength. It should be noted that, as an emperor-class life form, the strength of his physical body could even be said to be superior to that of ordinary imperial emperors. This was also the innate talent of his race. Emperor-class life forms were able to contend against imperial emperors without cultivating laws because of their innate talent in physical bodies and divine abilities. He was directly shaken and forced to retreat, gliding in midair. However, Yi Shiwen's whole body was shining, his hair was flying, and his clothes were also fluttering in the collision. After the breakthrough, Yi Shiwen's strength had greatly improved. Originally, it was not easy for him to deal with these two people at the same time, but now his strength was more than just a little bit more tyrannical. With just a simple move, he was able to repel the 5th realm emperor-level creature. At this time, on the other side, the battle between the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, and the Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, had also entered a white-hot stage. The Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, was completely at a disadvantage in the battle against the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor. He was completely suppressed and was almost blasted away. However, even so, his face was already red. In the successive collisions, cracks appeared inch by inch on his body. Even the Golden Cicada, holy robe that he cultivated, could not protect him. Under the attack of the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, the cicada shedding technique could not be used at all. For this day, the 9 transformations Divine Emperor had been preparing for many years. In addition, the strength of the 9 transformations Divine Emperor was above that of the Golden Cicada Saint Emperor. As one could imagine, the result of the battle could be said to be one-sided. Golden Cicada Holy Emperor, don't panic, I'll help you, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He flew out at the same time that the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm retreated. The Tai Yu sword appeared in his hand at some point in time. The sword light transformed into the dominator of the world and slashed towards the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor. In the midst of the exchange, the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, also felt a strong sense of crisis. He suddenly looked back and saw Yi Shiwen directly slashing down with a Taiyu sword. Suddenly, he felt the hair on his body stand up. This was a compelling sense of crisis. He had no doubt that if he was directly struck, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. What's going on? You can't even keep an eye on him. The 9 transformations, Divine Emperor roared again and again. He did not expect that Yi Shiwen could actually break free from the entanglement of the 5th Realm Emperor level creature and rush in front of him. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with the Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, he also had to go all out and could not be distracted. Otherwise, the Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, would escape. After all, the Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, was now fighting with his life on the line, and the gap in strength between them was not that big. However, it was too late to think about this at this time. In an instant, he could only transform into an incomparably huge figure, almost covering the sky and earth. This huge figure flashed with dazzling light and suddenly blasted towards Yi Shiwen, who was holding the Taiyu sword. Boom! Yi Shiwen's Taiyu sword was invincible. It directly swept out and directly slashed this incomparably huge figure on the spot. It was the Tao body of the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, a clone formed by the great Tao law. Although it was also infinitely powerful, it was really not enough in front of Yi Shiwen. Taiyu sword, this is the Taiyu sword. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. You really have a huge hatred for the heavenly Taoism. The 9 transformations, Divine Emperor roared again and again. His figure changed 9 times, and he moved a few times in the sky to avoid Yi Shiwen's fatal blow. Beside him, the Golden Cicada, Holy Emperor, was also very good at grasping opportunities. Even under the situation where he was suppressed to the limit, he also blasted out an attack. Unfortunately, he still could not hit the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor. However, even so, he still took advantage of this opportunity to catch his breath. This was already very difficult for him. Under the attack of the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, he did not even have the strength to fight back and could only constantly defend. This was undoubtedly an enormous humiliation to a peerless imperial monarch. However, when he looked at Yi Shiwen, his whole body trembled, and a somewhat incredulous expression appeared on his face. He could not believe that Yi Shiwen could actually consecutively repel 2 experts of the 5th realm. This courage alone was unparalleled. Moreover, his strength was even more impressive. His cultivation could also break through on the spot in the air. This was even more like a miracle. For the Emperor Lord Realm, any little bit of progress would take a lot of time. It could not be achieved quickly, and Yi Shiwen had clearly broken through his previous judgment. He still remembered that when he first met Yi Shiwen, he should have just entered the 5th realm. However, now he had already reached the late stage of the 5th realm. It only took a total of a few days. How did he do it? Countless questions flashed in his mind. So what? Do you want to tell the heavenly Taoism? Yi Shiwen sneered. He opened his mouth and immediately swallowed the surrounding spiritual energy in one gulp to replenish his consumed power. Humph. I heard that the experts of the heavenly Taoism are already looking for trouble with you everywhere. Not only the heavenly Taoism, but also many of their allies. When the time comes, you are dead. Don't even think about escaping. The 9 transformations, Divine Emperor laughed and said, No, you will die in my hands. No matter who says it, it will be useless. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? What a joke. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud and flew towards the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, on the spot. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor, and then blasted out a punch. Under the influence of the dark Bodhi divine hand, the power of the punch skyrocketed, transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation, suppressing all directions. The 9 transformations divine emperor roared. 9 transformations shocking the heavens! At this moment, the chi and blood in his body had completely risen to the extreme. He had already felt the influence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In this fist technique, there was even a bit of suppression boundary power. It was extremely terrifying. He had to do his best to deal with it. At this moment, he had become the ruler of the endless world. He was high and mighty, looking down on all living beings in the world. Everything between heaven and earth was decided by him. This kind of turned into a kind of martial arts torrent, blasting in the direction of Yi Shiwen. 6 paths of reincarnation, fist suppression. Yi Shiwen shouted, and the 6 paths of reincarnation began to suppress this torrent, causing the world to tremble violently as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. Again, second drive. Chapter 3087. In an instant, the 9 transformations deity emperor felt that the 6 paths roulette, which was already unparalleled in the first place, had added a second force to it, causing the already powerful 6 paths roulette to reach an earth-shattering level. Bang! His torrent of energy was completely shattered in an instant, and then an even more astonishing scene occurred. Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of roulette did not slow down in the slightest, and directly bombarded the 9 transformations deity emperor. Puff! The 9 transformations divine emperor spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the light emitted from his body dimmed a lot. He actually suffered a backlash from this force. So strong! How did he become so strong? What kind of move is this? The 9 transformations divine emperor's eyes widened. 5 overlapping fierce waves. The 5th realm emperor-level creature widened his eyes in disbelief. Compared to the 9 transformations divine emperor, he was more familiar with this set of remarkable techniques that were originally famous among the creatures of the foreign realms. But wasn't it supposed to be the clan's unique skill? How did an outsider learn it? This should be impossible in itself. The 5 overlapping fierce waves was related to the special physique of the Sea Emperor Shark clan. It was impossible for outsiders to learn it, so they did not have any ideas about this magical power because it was useless to learn it. At most, they could only use it as a reference, but it was impossible to learn it. Even if it was just a reference, in fact, after so many years, their progress was very limited, and they could not make much progress. Therefore, when he saw the 5 overlapping fierce waves, he was so shocked. That's right, it's the 5 overlapping fierce waves. Yi Shiwen smiled, and did not deny that the 5 overlapping fierce waves was indeed an extremely powerful technique, and even Yi Shiwen could use it now. The 9 transformations divine emperor also stabilized his injuries and forcibly suppressed them. This was the first time he had been injured since the start of the battle. Although the golden cicada saint emperor had attacked with all his might, in fact, it was still not a fatal threat to him, and Yi Shiwen's simple attack had already seriously injured him. The gap between the two was already clear at a glance. Yi Shiwen, do you think you can stop the 2 of us alone? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What's in it for you to help Saint Emperor Golden Cicada? You're only harming others without benefiting yourself. The 9 transformations deity emperor roared. He also tried to make Yi Shiwen withdraw from this battle. He had already seen that if he wanted to kill his master this time, the biggest problem was on Yi Shiwen's side. As long as they could drive Yi Shiwen away, then everything else was nothing. Yi Shiwen sneered. What good will it do me if I don't help him? Although I'm not really a good person, I can't do something as heartless and unscrupulous as you. Don't talk to him any more. The emperor-level creature of the 5th realm had been thoroughly enraged by Yi Shiwen. With his status, he would never allow someone like Yi Shiwen to appear in front of him. No matter how many reasons you say, if you can't defeat me, you're doomed to fail today and die here, Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. On the side, the Waterfire Divine Emperor's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen actually had such great ambitions. One must know that he originally thought that even if Yi Shiwen were to show off his divine power, he would at most drive away the 9 transformations deity emperor. After all, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. It would already be very good if Yi Shiwen could kill 1 or 2 of them, let alone all of them. The battle between emperors involved life and death. It was already a big deal. It was not easy for life and death to occur in a battle between emperors. Once there was a life and death situation, there was bound to be a huge gap in strength. For example, if the 9 transformations deity emperor wanted to strangle Fong Byron, he would also need to make many preparations in order to have a chance. How is this possible? You want to kill us all? Don't be so arrogant, kid. The other emperor-level creatures scolded one after another. Although their strength was not as good as the 9 transformations deity emperor, they were emperor-level creatures after all. In the eyes of Yi Shiwen, they were almost completely insignificant minions. How could they not be angry? The Green Eye Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't believe it at all. He originally knew that Yi Shiwen was very strong. After all, he was able to dig out his double pupils. Later on, he was able to seal him with a single blow. Even the other emperor-level creatures couldn't rescue him. However, he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be so tyrannical. There was a faint despair in his heart. If Yi Shiwen was really tyrannical to this extent, wouldn't it be completely impossible for him to rescue him? The 9 transformations deity emperor, an emperor-level creature of the 5th realm, faintly pincered Yi Shiwen, forming a joint attack. However, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to care at all. He just stood with his hands behind his back. He looked completely confident. If one didn't know, they would think that Yi Shiwen and the others had the upper hand, and not the 9 transformations deity emperor. The 9 transformations deity emperor had already sensed the horror of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's skill was even more profound than his. The information reported by the Green Eye Emperor had been completely thrown to the back of his mind. It was not credible at all. His body suddenly swelled up, and 9 kinds of magical martial arts began to emerge. The reason why he was named the 9 transformations was because he had cultivated these 9 completely different magical martial arts. Any of these magical martial arts could lead directly to the Supreme Way. However, there were 9 of them at once. It was conceivable how difficult it was to cultivate this martial art. Since ancient times, only he had cultivated it. Although it was imparted by Fong Byron, he was the one who refined this martial art to the limit. Each of the 9 martial arts brought forth an unparalleled phenomenon as they surged together like tidal waves. Wave after wave, they gushed forth endlessly. At this moment, all sorts of martial arts wills were bursting out at the same time. It could be said that this martial art was created by studying the strong points of various schools. It had the same wonderful effect as Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts. However, it was still a far cry from the heterogeneity of the 3,000 martial arts. There was still a disparity between it and Yi Shiwen. Compared to the 3,000 martial arts that focused on the Great Way, these 9 magical martial arts focused on martial arts. Therefore, their attacks were not inferior at all. In fact, they were even more lethal. The 9 transformations deity emperor could cultivate to this point. He was indeed a super genius. Each had their own strengths. I don't believe that you can continuously burst out the fierce waves, 5 overlapping. The 9 transformations deity emperor's expression was indifferent. He was very clear that the more powerful the martial arts, the more power it would consume. There was no such thing as a martial art without a price. Even the Sea Emperor Shark, who created this martial art, did not dare to use this kind of magical power at any time. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. Ha ha ha! It's more than enough to kill you. Yi Shiwen laughed. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed as the 9 transformations deity emperor said. However, the 9 transformations deity emperor did not know that in his body there was a level 2 dragon vein. This level 2 dragon vein continuously supplied him with energy. Even if the fierce waves 5 overlapping consumed more energy than the previous one, it was impossible to exhaust a level 2 dragon vein in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen's qi and blood were still strong. His blood surged like the sea, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Go, kill him. He must have some treasure on him that can support him in battle. I can't wait to devour his soul and seize his magical power and fortuitous encounter. The fifth realm emperor was completely enraged. He roared and took the lead to attack. He directly pinched a seal with his hand, and suddenly, a space-time tunnel appeared behind him. From this space-time tunnel, a dozen powerful auras suddenly flew out. These were the remnant spirit of the powerful emperor-level creature that he had collected after death. He did not know how many years it took to collect them. They were originally a trump card that he had prepared for himself, but he did not expect to use them here. These spirit came in all shapes and sizes, but without exception, they all had a powerful aura. Then, these powerful spirit all poured into his body. In an instant, all kinds of yuan qi erupted between heaven and earth. Above his head, tens of thousands of chaotic qi hung down, appearing misty. The boundless chaos qi even engulfed him. Amidst the chaos qi, only a pair of blood-red eyes stood out. Boom! At this moment, the fifth realm emperor-level creature made his move. Behind him, there was a faint, horrifying vision, but his whole body rushed out like an arrow that had left the bow. In an instant, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. The tens of thousands of chaotic qi directly turned into a huge claw that was hundreds of miles long and slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. Rumble! Everyone could see that this huge claw was tearing the sky apart. This was not the peak of the power explosion, but it was already so terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying it would be once it slammed down. Yi Shiwen clearly felt that this attack was undoubtedly on a higher level compared to the previous one. This should be the trump card of the fifth realm emperor-level creature. As an emperor-level creature of the fifth realm, it was naturally impossible for it to not have a trump card. And these spirit of the emperor-level creature should be a one-time consumable. They should be gone after they were used up, so he did not take them out before. Be careful! Golden Cicada Sage Emperor could not help but shout. Just as Golden Cicada Sage Emperor, Fire and Water Sage Emperor, and Fong Byron were worried about Yi Shiwen, a sneer came from the space that had been completely annihilated by the chaotic qi. Is this all you've got? If this is all you've got, then no one can save you. Then, a sword light that was hundreds of feet long gushed out, tearing everything apart and rushing straight into the sky. Chapter 3088. The sword light tore through the chaos, and a golden figure rushed out of it, stepping on a golden light. Boundless yuan qi erupted on the spot, like a god of creation. That amazing sword light was so oppressive that it almost suffocated people. The sword light collided with the chaos qi, like a comet hitting the earth, setting off thousands of waves. The surging sword light even tore the sky, causing the entire pan-heavenly palace to tremble. Countless white bones also trembled violently, and countless bone demons hidden in them screamed as they were annihilated. Thump, thump, thump. The fifth realm emperor was repelled by a powerful force. He felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. His iron armor was transformed from his own scales and was extremely sturdy. However, under the pressure of the sword qi, the iron armor on his body began to crack. The intense sword light was so bright that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Waves of sword light repeatedly swept and scoured. Kill! Yi Shiwen shouted, I will kill you first. He leaped up, and countless sword light spewed out from every pore of his body, turning into a spirit sword and slashed down with monstrous fluctuations. Boom! The emperor-level creature of the fifth realm let out a loud roar and fiercely collided with Yi Shiwen's spirit sword that was chopping down. Puff! This fifth realm emperor level creature's iron armor not only cracked, but even golden blood gushed out. Blood overflowed from his mouth and nose, and the skin on his body cracked. What great power! This emperor-level creature of the fifth realm seemed to be looking at a monster. Generally, it was these emperor-level creatures who were good at physical strength, but Yi Shiwen had obviously broken this rule. Second drive. However, this attack was just the beginning. Yi Shiwen roared again, and another mountain-like force gushed out. Boom! This time, the fifth realm emperor-level creature finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his entire body was sent flying. His body seemed to have been crushed by an ancient divine mountain, and it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. Second drive, the power of each layer was even more terrifying. This fifth realm emperor-level creature screamed in pain. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. It was so fast that even the 9 transformations divine emperor couldn't rescue him in time. He could only watch helplessly as his ally was blasted away by Yi Shiwen. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was about to chase after him again, the 9 transformations divine emperor hurriedly rushed forward at the same time. It was not because the relationship between the two sides was still so good, but because he knew very well that he must not give Yi Shiwen a chance to defeat them one by one. You want to help? Dream on. Sage Emperor Golden Cicada roared, and his whole body suddenly transformed into a golden cicada. He rushed forward and blocked 9 transformations, Celestial Emperor. Although he was not a match for the 9 transformations Divine Emperor, it was still possible for him to stop the 9 transformations Divine Emperor. Bastard! The 9 transformations Deity Emperor was furious, but it was impossible for him to get rid of the Golden Cicada Deity Emperor. He blasted out a series of heavy attacks, wanting to blast the Golden Cicada Deity Emperor out. However, the Golden Cicada Deity Emperor was also very clear that it was time to decide the outcome of the battle. Everything depended on Yi Shiwen. At this time, even if he went all out, he must not give Yi Shiwen the slightest chance. The huge emperor aura of both sides dispersed in all directions. 2 astonishing figures entangled in the void. It was a chaotic battle. Whether it was the experts of the 4th realm or the 5th realm, they were all peerless figures. At this moment, they completely broke out in order to survive. It was extremely terrifying. Hurry up and help. Seeing that he couldn't get away for a while, the 9 transformations Divine Emperor suddenly roared. The other Emperor-level creatures suddenly remembered that they couldn't be blamed. Originally, they thought that with the 9 transformations Divine Emperor and the 5th Realm Emperor-level creature attacking, there was no chance for them to attack. Who would have thought that the situation would suddenly turn out like this? A 4th Realm Emperor-level creature took the lead and rushed out. These were all Emperor-level experts. Any one of them had the ability to turn the world upside down. In just an instant, they rushed out. This Emperor-level creature took the initiative to attack, first to block Yi Shiwen. Its mouth directly spat out a bloody light that filled the sky. This was a blood-red spear. This blood-red spear was stained with blood, exuding an unimaginably terrifying aura. With a clanging sound, it instantly became hundreds of kilometers long and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Rather than saying that it directly pierced over, it was better to say that it crushed over. This spear was too huge. From afar, it looked like a mountain range sweeping over. It was very shocking. This spear arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant, and at this time, the enlightening mind ancient tree suddenly appeared behind Yi Shiwen. A dreadful power was surging, and it emitted bursts of 7-colored rays of light. It was like a divine hand, and it directly grabbed the blood-red spear. This blood-red spear could penetrate the world, but it could not penetrate the defense in front of Yi Shiwen. This 4th Realm Emperor-level creature was indeed powerful. Although it was not as powerful as Yi Shiwen when he was still in the 4th realm, It was enough to pose a huge threat to him. However, it was different now. Suddenly, the blood-red spear suddenly began to burst into violent clanging sounds, as if it had been crushed by some terrifying power. Cracks began to appear on the blood-red spear inch by inch, and then only a loud roar could be heard. This blood-red spear actually exploded on the spot in the seven-colored divine light. It shattered inch by inch, and then turned into an endless frenzy, rolling back towards the fourth Realm Emperor level creature. Bang! 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 The shards of the blood-colored spear flew out and slammed into the body of the fourth Realm Emperor-class creature. Bloody holes appeared on the body of the Emperor-class creature, and blood gushed out in all directions. Not only did this attack fail, but it was also injured. However, this fourth Realm Emperor level creature did not give up, and directly rushed over to buy time for the fifth Realm Emperor level creature. Yi Shiwen's terror was not only realized by the 9 transformations Divine Emperor level creature, but also by them, and they knew that they could not let him kill them one by one. This Emperor level creature of the fourth realm was firmly holding Yi Shiwen back. In addition, several other Emperor level creatures were also closing in on Yi Shiwen. This made it impossible for Yi Shiwen to kill that Emperor level creature of the fifth realm. Humph. Since you all want to die, then I will send you to your deaths one by one. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. I will kill one first. At this time, the fourth Realm Emperor level creature realized that the problem was serious. He only wanted to restrain Yi Shiwen for a while, but he did not expect that he would get involved. When Yi Shiwen broke out, he was not able to stop him at all. However, it was too late. Yi Shiwen's futon-like palm slapped down on the spot. He could only raise his claws to meet Yi Shiwen's attack. Bang! This was just a rough exchange, and this fourth Realm Emperor level creature was already screaming in pain. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all, and his entire arm was beaten into a bloody mist. After another breakthrough, Yi Shiwen's strength was even more tyrannical. His strength was really extreme. Even a fifth Realm Emperor level creature would be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation with Yi Shiwen, let alone a fourth Realm Emperor level creature. This was just the beginning of the exchange, and he immediately suffered a big loss. However, Yi Shiwen's offensive had just begun, and the next punch directly fell. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen's fist blasted down and directly hit the head of this Emperor-level creature of the fourth realm. More than half of its head was blown off by Yi Shiwen's punch, and blood and brain matter splattered out together, just like thousands of peach blossoms blooming. Roar! This fourth realm Emperor-level creature constantly screamed and roared. After being seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's blow, he did not dare to fight against Yi Shiwen anymore and retreated repeatedly. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? The overturning the sky seal fell on the spot, and the seal style smashed the world into pieces. Not to mention that fourth Realm Emperor level creature, it was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. It was smashed on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Even the hardest bones in its body were all turned into powder under Yi Shiwen's fist. It was not a match at all, and it was completely useless. An Emperor-level creature died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands, and its soul was completely destroyed. Although its body was reconstructed in the void using the power of law, but its soul was already dead. For an Emperor-level creature, this was a true death. Several other Emperor-level creatures realized at this time that they were blocking a terrifying existence. However, it was too late to retreat at this time, and Yi Shiwen had no intention of letting them go. Yi Shiwen's body was overflowing with brilliance, as if it was cast from glazed gold. He was full of murderous aura, as if he was the only master of the world. The supreme aura exuding from his body was too strong, and it was enough to suppress everyone present. Attack, attack together. We must not let him defeat us one by one, or we will all die without a burial place. The blood and chi that erupted from these Emperor-level creatures soared into the sky. They were all emperor-level creatures and the masters of this world. How could they be willing to be captured without putting up a fight? They would rather die than let Yi Shiwen do whatever he wanted. Attack together, and you will die together! Yi Shiwen sneered. In the face of the siege of these emperor-level creatures, he did not retreat in the slightest. On the contrary to everyone's expectations, he took the initiative to attack. He stomped his foot fiercely, and the world trembled violently. He then swept his foot towards one of the third realm emperor-level creatures. Chapter 3089. This kick directly tore the sky apart. A terrifying shockwave swept out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In the face of the terrifying attack of a supreme emperor monarch, everyone had to kneel down. Bang! This third realm emperor-level creature was directly kicked. It should be said that it couldn't dodge at all. Yi Shiwen's kick contained the fusion of the world's great way. Every move of Yi Shiwen's was in line with the supreme great way of the world. Even if it was an ordinary attack, it had the power of a unique skill. This kick directly sent the third emperor-level creature flying on the spot. His physical body even cracked on the spot due to such an attack, and his flesh and blood collapsed along with it. This attack alone reflected Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength. Even an ordinary master of the fifth realm wouldn't be able to casually kick an emperor-level creature of the third realm to the point of almost dying. Damn it, stop him! At this time, the other emperor-class life forms also rushed over to attack. Yi Shiwen's eyes were calm. His state of mind was unprecedentedly calm under the cover of the enlightening mind ancient tree. You're courting death. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. He easily blocked the attack of the remaining emperor-level creature. His counterattack arrived almost instantaneously, overturning the sky seal die. The overturning the sky seal fiercely fell with lightning speed. The other fourth realm emperor-level creature didn't have enough time to block it. He was directly sent flying. A big hole appeared on his body, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. The fourth realm experts were nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. So strong! Fong Byron suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yi Shiwen's methods were too sharp and too fast. In just a short period of time, he had seriously injured 2 emperor-level experts. Even if he had been at the peak of his previous life, he couldn't have done this. At this time, he was very happy in his heart. Fortunately, Saint Emperor Golden Cicada had found this helper. Otherwise, they would have died here today. They would have died in the hands of that evil disciple. He was a monarch. What kind of people had he not seen before? With the strength of a monarch, it was not a problem for him to see through the hearts of people. Originally, he would not have taught such a rebellious disciple. However, he was still too confident and thought that he could turn everything around. However, reality proved that it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature. After experiencing the ups and downs, he should have seen through everything long ago. However, when he saw such an intense battle, he still felt extremely shocked. He is indeed very strong. No wonder this martial emperor dared to challenge the heavenly Tao sect. Since ancient times, those who dared to challenge the heavenly Tao sect did not have a good ending. Only a few of them were remembered. He does have such qualifications. The divine sovereign of water and fire couldn't help but nod. He was also deeply moved. This martial emperor was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He had defeated 2 great emperor monarchs in the blink of an eye. If the people of heavenly Taoism were to find out about such strength, perhaps heavenly Taoism would have to consider whether or not they should continue to pursue and kill Yi Shiwen. The best way to avoid offending such a peerless expert was to not offend him. However, at this time, heavenly Taoism must not be able to see the scene here. Not only Fong Byron and the divine sovereign of water and fire were shocked, but even the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm who was recuperating next to them was completely shocked when he saw the scene. Everyone was stunned. How powerful was this? Yi Shiwen had just made a breakthrough under their noses. But was he really strong to such an extent? He suddenly turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen would definitely die if everyone joined forces. He didn't expect such a mistake to appear at such a critical moment. Can't even withstand a single blow. It's your turn. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar and grabbed the void with his right hand. The Avicii sword evolved from the void. In an instant, the murderous aura spread throughout the entire world. It was as if the entire world had turned into an Avicii hell in an instant. Endless swordsmanship wrapped around it. The light of the swordsmanship law began to sweep wildly. The sharp sword light soared into the sky, bursting out endless light. It vibrated with unprecedented sharpness. The sword fell down on the Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm. Not good. This Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm immediately realized this terrifying fact. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent, even if he was still in his peak state, let alone in this injured state. The time was too short. It was simply not enough for him to recover to the point where he needed to recover sufficiently. Roar! The Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm roared and transformed into his real body. He opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a terrifying torrent of energy to meet Yi Shiwen's sword. Boom! The sword light and the torrent of energy collided, stirring up shocking waves that spread in all directions. The space was forced to fluctuate endlessly. Such a stalemate only lasted for a moment. The sword light split the torrent of energy as if it was splitting a piece of paper. Then, without losing any momentum, the sword slashed the body of the Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm. Bang! Ah! The Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm screamed again and again. His entire forearm was cut off by Yi Shiwen's sword light. Blood sprayed out like a pillar. He was still sweating profusely at this time. Just now, at the most critical moment, he relied on the torrent of energy to slightly delay Yi Shiwen's action. This allowed him to avoid the most terrifying attack and not be split in half. But even so, he still felt extremely horrified. In other words, he was scared stiff. This was the first time he had been so close to death ever since he had stepped into the threshold of the Emperor-level life form. Usually, a fight between Emperor-level life forms that involved death was already considered a major event. So, it would require a lot of planning in order to be possible. However, it seemed as if this was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. In fact, he was no different from an ant. This was what he was most afraid of, because he was really close to life and death. In the face of life and death, the Emperor-level creature would not be much better. It was just that he had always been the one to control the life and death of others in the past. But now, his life and death were in the hands of others. For the first time, he felt that those creatures were just like ants in his eyes. That kind of fear suddenly welled up in his heart. It should be said that he really almost died in Yi Shiwen's hands, but it just happened to be a little off. Although his forearm was cut off by a sword, he did not dare to stay at all. He retreated again and again. He found that he could no longer contact his broken arm. There was a murderous aura blocking it. It was impossible to fuse with his broken arm before it was completely removed. It was even impossible to regrow it because there was also a kind of murderous aura in his wound. At this time, he could not care about his broken arm. He could only quickly retreat while using his martial power to force the murderous aura out of his wound. But after Yi Shiwen gained the upper hand, he did not show any mercy. He pointed his sword directly at the Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm. Block! The Emperor-level creature of the fifth realm was forced to a dead end by Yi Shiwen. He immediately roared, and the iron clothes he was wearing flew out to resist Yi Shiwen's sword. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding, and suddenly there was a burst of sparks. And this only lasted for a short period of time. The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand slashed the iron clothes. It was also a Dao tool, but compared to the murderous aura of the Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand, there was still a huge gap. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and at this moment a roar came from behind. Stop! The 9 transformations divine emperor caught up with a step. He had finally forced the golden cicada saint emperor to retreat and gained an opportunity to attack Yi Shiwen. Get lost! The martial emperor seal in Yi Shiwen's other hand rotated, and then instantly turned into the seal of the overturning sky seal, pressing towards the 9 transformations divine emperor. He did not retreat at all. On the contrary, he turned his defense into a counterattack and took the initiative to attack the 9 transformations divine emperor. Rumble! All of the 9 transformations divine emperor's attacks were completely blocked by the martial emperor seal. On the martial emperor seal, there was a faint image of a peerless master, like a peerless emperor suppressing the world. All attacks in front of the martial emperor seal could not be used at all, and all turned into nothingness. How many Tao tools does he have on him? The divine emperor of water and fire smacked his lips, and could not help but be dumbfounded. From the first appearance of the time robe, to the later appearance of the Taiyu sword, then the Avicii sword, and finally the martial emperor seal. Yi Shiwen had at least 4 Tao tools on him. Even in the Fortune Divine Dynasty, an emperor lord was not someone that could be seen easily. One could imagine how precious a Tao artifact was. A person would usually only have 1 life Tao artifact. Having 2 was already an incredible feat. Usually, one would only be able to obtain 1 due to some sort of lucky coincidence. But Yi Shiwen had 4 Tao tools on him, and each of them had been refined to the extreme. How could this not shock the divine emperor of water and fire? Yi Shiwen only used 1 hand to block the 9 transformations divine emperor's attack. On the other side, Yi Shiwen waved the Avicii sword in his hand at the same time. An astonishing sword aura grew larger and larger, turning into thousands of rays of light that rolled continuously. It swept out in circles, turning the sky into the Avicii hell. Everyone fell into it and suffered. Pucci! Yi Shiwen's sword fell. That 5th realm emperor level creature could no longer block Yi Shiwen's sword light. It let out a blood-curdling screech as it was cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Shiwen's sword. In an instant, a primordial spirit leapt out from its body. However, this primordial spirit was wrapped in a baleful aura and was burning fiercely. In just a moment, this primordial spirit was completely burned away. The emperor-level creature of the 5th realm was dead. Chapter 3090. It was extremely difficult to kill an emperor-class life form. Killing one was extremely difficult, let alone an emperor-class life form or an emperor lord that was already considered an emperor-class life form. However, under Yi Shiwen's sword, this emperor-level creature of the 5th realm died instantly. In a sense, Yi Shiwen's strength had already surpassed it. In his body, qi and blood were surging, directly evolving into thousands of martial arts. They appeared on his body like countless materials that finally entered the iron furnace and were smelted into a piece of fine iron. These thousands of martial arts were perfectly integrated into one in his body. Dead. The 9 transformations, divine emperor's face suddenly changed. He never expected that Yi Shiwen would kill the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm so quickly. Even when he dealt with Saint Emperor Golden Cicada, a sovereign emperor of the 4th realm, it was not so easy. He had not succeeded until now. From the time Yi Shiwen attacked until now, only a few moments had passed, and the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm died in his hands. In practically an instant, he decided that he couldn't continue fighting. Even if the matter of him colluding with the beings of the other worlds was exposed, he would at most betray the other worlds. With a status and identity, there were many powers in the other worlds that would be willing to recruit him. However, he was different from ordinary people in that he had extremely rich combat experience. At this time, he was already very close to Yi Shiwen and could not run away at all. At this time, he simply let out a long roar and took the initiative to attack. Thousands of rays of light appeared above his head, covering the sky and covering the earth. The 9 supreme techniques on his body completely broke out in an instant. The 9 supreme techniques fused into a huge codex which recorded his Great Way laws. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun. Everyone's ears seemed to hear someone chanting scriptures, chanting the eternal Great Way. This codex came crashing down on the spot, covering the sky and covering the earth. Yi Shiwen sneered. After killing the emperor-level creature of the 5th realm, Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. The Avicii's sword in his hand expanded against the wind, forming Avicii Hell, contending with the sacred codex. Boom! The collision between the 2 sides erupted with divine light that filled the sky. Strand after strand of divine light spread out in all directions, almost shattering the heaven and earth. Dang, dang, dang. The 9 transformations divine emperor was forced to retreat again and again. He did not even have the intention to resist. With the help of the impact of the explosion, the 9 transformations divine emperor was sent flying thousands of miles away. Almost at the same time, the 9 transformations divine emperor forcibly suppressed the shock caused by the shock wave, swallowed a mouthful of qi and blood, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Oh no, he wants to escape? Saint Emperor Golden Cicada hurriedly shouted. He could only watch helplessly as the 9 transformations divine emperor tried to escape. However, there was nothing he could do because he had been seriously injured by the 9 transformations divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have let the 9 transformations divine emperor escape to help. However, there was nothing he could do to help now. All these changes happened too suddenly. No one could have imagined that the ferocious and mighty 9 transformations deity emperor would decide to escape so quickly. No one could have imagined that he would be so decisive and shameless to run away. Don't worry. You want to run? Yi Shiwen sneered and directly chased after him. Yi Shiwen's feet stepped on a golden light that filled the sky. His whole body was exuding an extremely dangerous aura. The devil wings behind Yi Shiwen spread out in an instant. It was as if the wings of the heavens were blotting out the sky and covering the earth and everything in its path. Yi Shiwen caught up with the 9 transformations divine emperor in an instant. Clang! The sword light tore the sky. Countless sword principles all manifested. Yi Shiwen's face was reflected blood red, appearing extremely solemn. Pucci! The Avicii sword erupted with a ferocious sword light. The sword slashed down and easily cut through the 9 transformations, divine emperors, 9 divine, arts code on the spot. It was like brine hitting tofu. Ah! The 9 transformations deity emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. The sword of Avicii tore open a huge wound on his back, and blood spurted out. Near the wound, there was a large amount of evil qi burning fiercely, forming an evil fire. These evil spirits were constantly burning on his body, burning his flesh and blood. However, the 9 transformations divine emperor had no time to pay attention to these things. He knew very well that this was a critical moment for whether he could escape or not. He constantly fled forward, not even daring to look back. However, he tragically discovered that his speed was not as fast as Yi Shiwen. Although the body technique he cultivated was also peerless, it seemed to be incomparable to Yi Shiwen's. Pucci! The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand constantly spewed out sword light. The 9 transformations divine emperor was cut in half on the spot, but soon fused again. The 9 transformations divine emperor was an emperor lord. His mastery of the laws was far above that of an emperor-level creature. The evil spirits could interfere with him, but there was no way to kill him easily. Pucci! 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 The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand continued to slash down. The 9 transformations divine emperor's body was constantly cut. Although his recovery ability was very strong, his spirit was constantly engulfed and burned by the evil spirits spewed out by the Avicii sword. Yi Shiwen chased all the way into the depths of the void and finally killed the 9 transformations divine emperor. His body was stored in the space within his body. This was not a small amount of wealth. When Yi Shiwen returned, he found that the Aqua Divine Emperor alone had blocked the remaining 2 Emperor-level creatures. They had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Yi Shiwen. They did not have the strength to fight back. Otherwise, they would not have been restrained by the Aqua Divine Emperor alone. On the other hand, Saint Emperor Golden Cicada was constantly recovering from his injuries. Forcefully fighting with the 9 transformations, Divine Emperor of the 5th Realm until now had almost injured his origin of the Great Path. However, this battle was not without any gains for him, because he had fought a life-and-death battle with an expert who was far stronger than him, and he had survived in the end. His gains were even better than cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. He already felt that he was about to break through to the 5th Realm, and that day was probably not far away. It could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Seeing Yi Shiwen's return, the 2 Emperor-level existences were suddenly scared to death. They had just witnessed 2 experts of the 5th Realm being blasted to smithereens. How could they still dare to fight against Yi Shiwen? However, it was of no use at all. Their strength was simply not enough in front of Yi Shiwen. Even the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire could restrain them, let alone Yi Shiwen. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could only cause a little trouble for Yi Shiwen. Soon, they were killed by Yi Shiwen. Their bodies fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Thank you, Martial Emperor, for your help this time. If you have any errands in the future, I, Fong Byron, will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Fong Byron cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Shiwen. For a former Emperor-level expert, the pride in his heart was not inferior to an Emperor-level expert. For an ordinary Emperor-level expert, he would at most bow his head, but Yi Shiwen really saved him. He had been tricked by his own disciple. If Yi Shiwen hadn't appeared and reversed the situation with his own strength, then it could be said that all of them would have died here today. There wouldn't have been the slightest exception. It's just a small effort. You don't have to worry about it. Besides, it's mainly because of the previous agreement. Since I have already said it, I will naturally do it. There is no doubt about it. Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. It was naturally a good thing that he could forge such a good relationship with them. Although he was decisive in killing, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. If he hadn't been forced into a dead end, he wouldn't have been willing to end up like that. Fellow Taoist Martial Emperor, no matter what, we owe you a favor. By the way, now that fellow Taoist Martial Emperor has these sovereign and emperor corpses, I wonder if you're interested in selling them to our Sky Commerce Alliance? Saint Emperor Golden Cicada finally took a fancy to those emperor-level corpses in Yi Shiwen's hands. They were absolutely priceless. Wait for me to get out, ha ha ha. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He was also in a good mood. Although he had experienced a great battle, his strength had also been greatly improved. Although these could not be turned into wealth, it would happen sooner or later. At the same time, he killed the Green-Eyed Emperor. After pinching his spirit to death, he stored his body into the internal space. The Green-Eyed Emperor had been sealed by Yi Shiwen long ago. Even if Yi Shiwen pinched him to death, there was no way for him to resist. It was difficult for an ordinary Dao tool to accommodate so many Emperor-level corpses at the same time. However, his internal world was different. It could do this. After everyone tidied up a little, they immediately flew in the direction of Fong Byron's body. They were already at the last step. Naturally, they did not want to waste all their efforts at the end. The Emperor-level figures could not afford to lose face like this. Soon, everyone had already flown into a space vault. I can already feel it. The Emperor body of my previous life should be here. Fong Byron stopped and flew in alone. The others were guarding at the side, especially Saint Emperor Golden Cicada. He did not care that his injuries had not fully recovered. He set up a big array next to the body. It could be said that he had done his best for this close friend of his in the past. Yi Shiwen also sat cross-legged on the side, absorbing the insights of this battle. His cultivation was also improving little by little. He was only a little bit away from entering the peak of the 5th realm. At that time, he would find a way to break through. With the cultivation of the 6th realm, he would be invincible in the Sky Palace. In the absence of the masters of the 7th realm, the 6th realm was already the peak. Chapter 3091. This breakthrough was a little rushed. Although it was not a breakthrough of a great realm, it was a breakthrough in battle. In order to strengthen his combat power, the main direction was in the direction of battle. However, there were some shortcomings in other aspects. Now, Yi Shiwen wanted to make up for the gap in this aspect. He was attentively comprehending, while the Water and Fire Divine Emperor was on guard. On the other side, the Golden Cicada Divine Emperor was healing. Although the Pantheon Palace was extremely dangerous, it was basically impossible to have any problems under the protection of these Emperor Lords. No one could do anything under their watch. After a long time, suddenly, a majestic pressure came from the space fragment. This was an unprecedented aura. It was somewhat similar to Fong Byron, but not completely the same. The three opened their eyes at the same time. They knew very well that Fong Byron had successfully integrated with his own body. Then, in the heaven and earth, countless tribulation clouds condensed majestically, forming a shocking scale. Almost in a short while, this tribulation cloud, countless lightning bolts struck down. The great tribulation of becoming an emperor. The three had similar experiences, so they were naturally very clear, especially Yi Shiwen. However, compared to the lightning tribulation that Yi Shiwen had faced in the past, this lightning tribulation was undoubtedly child's play. Firstly, no one could be compared to Yi Shiwen at that time. Secondly, Fong Byron had only integrated with the Emperor Lord's body and the Tao fruit of his previous life. In theory, he was not a new person, so the lightning tribulation was not that terrifying. The situation of crossing the tribulation here soon attracted countless covetous eyes. Many divine senses swept over, seemingly wanting to find out what was going on, especially many emperor-level existences. They could all feel that this was the heaven's tribulation of becoming an emperor. Attacking someone who was about to become an emperor was undoubtedly a good opportunity to quickly improve oneself. Plundering the opportunity of this quasi-emperor, plundering his fortune, and adding it to oneself was not something that had never happened before. Moreover, there were many powers that possessed such techniques, all for the sake of waiting for this moment. However, when they saw the three imperial monarchs standing guard in the surroundings, they dispelled such thoughts. What a joke! It was simply impossible to succeed in the hands of three imperial monarchs. Even so, there were still a lot of people wandering around in the surroundings. In fact, there were even quite a few of them emanating extremely terrifying auras. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of the three of them joining forces, they would have long since made their move instead of just watching. The Great Tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it gradually weakened. Not long after, everyone only saw a sky full of multicolored light descending. Violet chi stretched for a radius of 30,000 li, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested, as though it was congratulating the birth of this monarch. This was the first time that Yi Shiwen had sensed the heavenly law of the fortune world so clearly. He could clearly sense that the fortune realm's heavenly Tao was more advanced and more complete than the heavenly Tao in the myriad worlds. While the others were still stunned, Yi Shiwen seized this opportunity and began to comprehend the power of heaven in this world. Suddenly, the many idle dragon veins in his hand were burned clean in a short period of time. He originally had a few idle dragon veins in his hand as a backup. However, in the short period of time that he comprehended the heavenly Tao, they were burned clean. The heavenly Tao of the fortune realm was more advanced and terrifying than Yi Shiwen had imagined. In this short period of time, Yi Shiwen felt that he had almost been drawn into the heavenly way, even though the enlightening mind ancient tree had stabilized his mind. He would have turned into a rainbow very soon if that were to happen, and his spirit and consciousness would have been bound to the heavenly way forever. He would have become a part of the heavenly way. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a burst of cold sweat. Fortunately, the Mingxin ancient tree stabilized his mind. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heavenly Tao of this world was much more dangerous than he had imagined. When he was in the myriad worlds, there was no problem for him to integrate his entire body into the heavenly Tao to comprehend. Even the vast heavenly Tao could not cause any trouble for him. But now, just by trying to comprehend some heavenly Tao, he almost transformed into the heavenly Tao. How could he not be shocked? On the contrary, he did not care about the few exhausted dragon veins. But in just this short period of time, his understanding of the heavenly Tao had climbed a level which saved him more than 100,000 years of bitter cultivation. It could be said that riches were found in danger. Although it was dangerous, he had seen results in a short period of time. Just when he was still considering whether to burn the level 2 dragon vein to comprehend the heavenly Tao, the manifested heavenly Tao consciousness had disappeared. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a sense of loss when the heavenly way disappeared. Such an opportunity didn't come by often. After all, the birth of an emperor wasn't as rare as it was in the 10,000 worlds. However, it was still extremely rare. It was impossible to see the heavenly way manifest in such a way under normal circumstances. For ordinary people, the level 2 dragon vein was an extremely precious treasure. For Yi Shiwen, it was just a tool to comprehend the heavenly Tao. As long as he could comprehend it, it was worth it no matter how much he had to pay. Although he was still shocked just now, he already felt lost now. The two people next to him were still immersed in excitement. They did not know that while Yi Shiwen was comprehending the heavenly Tao, he actually had a trip to the gates of hell. Ha ha ha, that's great. I knew you could do it. Saint Emperor Golden Cicada laughed loudly. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, how could I, Fong Byron, be where I am today? In the void, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Fong Byron. However, compared to the previous Fong Byron, the current Fong Byron had a little more majesty of an emperor. In the past, he was just a quasi-emperor with the memories of an emperor. Now he was a real emperor. Moreover, he was not a newcomer who had just entered the emperor realm. He had integrated the physical body of his previous life and part of the previous life's Tao fruit. He had just passed the heaven's retribution, and he was already at the peak of the first realm. He could almost be compared with Yi Shiwen when he was crossing the heaven's retribution. It was just that Fong Byron relied on the Tao fruit and martial arts accumulated in his previous life, while Yi Shiwen relied entirely on his own amazing accumulation in this life to reach that stage. This was the biggest difference. This is also because you have such ability, Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. Fong Byron looked at Yi Shiwen, nodded slightly, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a ball of light flew towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen casually caught it, only to see half a dragon vein appear in his hand. It was actually an incomplete level 2 dragon vein. This is... Yi Shiwen looked at Fong Byron and asked, This is my extra gratitude to Martial Emperor. This is a level 2 dragon vein that I accidentally obtained in my previous life. Although it is a bit incomplete, it is far better than a level 3 dragon vein. I know that Martial Emperor's cultivation speed is quite fast, and you continue to need a lot of dragon veins to support it. So, this level 2 dragon vein is my gratitude. Fong Byron said, Martial Emperor, you don't have to be so polite. Compared to the Tao fruit of my previous life, this level 2 dragon vein is only so precious. So, Martial Emperor, you don't have to worry about it. Yi Shiwen looked at Fong Byron and saw that his expression was firm, so he said, In that case, I won't say anything more. Thank you. On the other side, The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire looked a little envious, but he didn't say much. He didn't help much along the way, unlike Yi Shiwen, who reversed the situation with his own strength. It was natural for him to receive such extra gratitude. This time, I still want to thank all of you for your help. I don't know what your next plans are. Are you going to leave the Heavenly Palace or continue to stay and watch? Fong Byron asked. I will definitely stay. After all, opportunities in the Heavenly Palace are rare. Since there is such an opportunity, I also want to take a look. Maybe there will be other adventures. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire said bluntly. The others nodded as well. They were able to understand that the cultivation of a sovereign monarch required far too much time. If one didn't have many fortuitous encounters, it would take an unknown amount of time just to grind away at it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to pass every single trial. I want to stay too. Yi Shiwen also nodded. He had a level 2 dragon vein. Although it was incomplete, it was enough for Yi Shiwen to thoroughly transform his understanding into his own cultivation. He would thoroughly push to the peak of the 5th realm. If there was a suitable opportunity, entering the 6th realm was only a matter of time. Naturally, he wouldn't leave easily. Moreover, the heavenly Taoism had received the news. They might have already set up an inescapable net outside. He wouldn't leave before he was ready. When he went out again, he didn't want to hide anymore. He wanted to let the heavenly Taoism have a taste of his power. In that case, let's separate here. This time, I have retrieved my previous life's body and part of the Tao fruit. I am already very satisfied, Fong Byron said. Well, I will also escort him back. In that case, let's part here. Holy Emperor Golden Cicada nodded and said, although this temporary team hadn't been together for a long time, they had experienced life and death. Their friendship was naturally different from others. Everyone take care. See you in the future. Fong Byron was anxious to go back to cultivate. He wanted to completely digest the Tao fruit and break through to the 2nd realm. The Holy Emperor Golden Cicada also wanted to break through to the 5th realm as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place for closed-door cultivation. After all, there were too many variables. The figures of the two quickly disappeared. On the other side, the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire also quickly left. Only Yi Shiwen was left alone. However, his expression was more determined. It's time to find a place for closed-door cultivation. Chapter 3092. A space fragment was faintly discernible, floating in the world where the Pantheon Palace was located. This kind of space fragment could be seen everywhere in the Pantheon Palace, and it was not eye-catching. However, in this fragment, a figure was floating in the void, up and down continuously. Around him, countless laws fell like a sky full of light rain, constantly falling into his body. Every bit of law-light rain was absorbed by him. Little by little, it turned into his accumulation. This figure was none other than Yi Shiwen. At this time, he had reached the final step, and countless law insights turned into the shadow of the Great Way and began to appear around his body. This was his understanding of the Great Way. Previously, when Fong Byron recrossed the Emperor's retribution, the Heavenly Way had appeared for a short period of time, and in that short period of time, Yi Shiwen had obtained great understanding. And now it was time to completely transform these insights into cultivation. His cultivation was also advancing at a steady speed, approaching the peak of the 5th realm step by step. As his cultivation continued to increase, Yi Shiwen also gradually felt the bottleneck of the 6th realm, and gradually touched that layer of barrier. As long as he broke through, his cultivation would smoothly break through to the 6th realm, and it would be a matter of course, almost without any difficulty. However, at his current level, every step forward would consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, Fong Byron had given him an incomplete level 2 Dragon's Vein. Compared to level 3 Dragon's Vein level, 2 Dragon's Vein was much stronger. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in a short time. In the distance, a figure instantly emerged, stepping on the sky full of escape lights, and fled into the distance. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes, and he could not be more familiar with this figure. Who else could this person be but the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire? But now, the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire seemed to be being chased by someone. Holy Emperor of Water and Fire, you'd better hand over the thing obediently. Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared in front of the Saint Emperor of Water and Fire's path. It was actually a flame demon emperor whose entire body was covered in flames. He was the supreme emperor of the flame demon tribe, and the laws of fire around him were abnormally active under his control. A fiery domain appeared beneath his feet. It was like a lava hell, enveloping the Saint Emperor of Aquafire. Even with the Saint Emperor of Aquafire's mastery of flames, he was clearly inferior to the Flame Demon Emperor before him. Flame Demon Sovereign, do you really want to go to such extremes? Holy Sovereign Aquafire glared at the Flame Demon Sovereign before her. So what if I am? So long as you hand over that temporal fragment in your possession, then I'll let you live. How about it? The voice of the Flame Demon Emperor was cold. However, his words were filled with confidence. To him, even though the Holy Monarch Water and Fire were troublesome, they were not a threat to him. Naturally, he would be able to deal with the Holy Monarch Water and Fire easily. Impossible. I fought hard to obtain this time fragment. How can I just hand it over to you? Holy Monarch Water Fire was naturally unwilling to agree. To an imperial lord, the laws of space and time were undoubtedly one of the core and fundamental laws. Compared to the laws of space, the laws of time were much more difficult to comprehend. There were also fewer opportunities and related divine items. In particular, something like a temporal fragment was not something that could be obtained under normal circumstances. Naturally, he did not want to give it up just like that. Even though he had only obtained a small piece of the laws of time, it was still very precious to him. However, because of this small piece of the laws of time, he was being hunted down. In particular, this flame demon sovereign had chased him all the way from the Valley of Time to this place. It looked like he would not give up even if he had to die. Since you're unwilling to hand it over, then hand over your life, said the flame demon sovereign coldly. Being able to obtain the temporal fragment from the Holy Monarch Water and Fire was naturally the best thing that could happen. Even if he could defeat the Holy Monarch Water and Fire, he would have to pay a hefty price. However, in his opinion, since the Holy Monarch Water and Fire refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could not be blamed. Then let's fight. Even if you can defeat me, don't even think about having it easy, said the Holy Monarch Water and Fire coldly as he gritted his teeth. He had already prepared himself for a lose-lose situation. Even if the Flame Demon Sovereign were to snatch the temporal fragment in the end, he would still make the other party pay a hefty price. As for death, that was not to the extent of it. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Yi Shiwen, who could slaughter sovereign emperors as if they were chickens and dogs. All right, then I'll beat you until you hand it over. The Flame Demon Sovereign sneered. Countless flames spurted out from his body, forming scarlet chains. These scarlet chains were condensed from the endless laws of fire. They appeared ferocious and tyrannical. Whoosh! These scarlet chains instantly rushed towards the Holy Monarch Water and Fire at lightning speed. Using the laws of fire to injure people in midair was something that could only be done when one had an extremely profound understanding of the laws of fire. The Holy Monarch Water and Fire's body also flickered with the radiance of the laws of fire. Since the laws of fire had been snatched by the Flame Demon Sovereign first, the Holy Monarch Water and Fire's body flashed with blue water attribute laws. These laws transformed into long spears and met the attacks at the same time. Boom! 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 The two completely different forces of water and fire burst out at this moment. Water could subdue fire This was common knowledge. However, that was only under normal circumstances. This flame demon emperor had clearly comprehended the law of fire to an extremely high level. The law of fire and divine ability that he unleashed actually countered the water-fire Saint Emperor's divine ability. The water attributed magical abilities cast by the holy monarch water and fire were beaten back bit by bit. Countless water-attributed magical abilities that had just formed within the laws of fire were extinguished before they could even be blasted out. The laws of fire and water might not be strong or weak, but there was a clear disparity in the cultivation of the two. The holy monarch water and fire was only at the 4th realm, while the flame demon sovereign was at the 5th realm. No matter how astonishing the holy monarch water and fire's cultivation of the laws of fire was, he was completely powerless in the face of the suppression of cultivation. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the scarlet divine chains of the flame demon sovereign pierced through the endless waves and slammed into the holy monarch water and fire. Bang! The holy monarch water and fire groaned and was sent flying on the spot. His chest was already a bloody mess. Clang! At this moment, a demonic blood sword chi instantly slashed down from the void, targeting the flame demon sovereign, who was about to attack further. The sword chi was like a heavenly pillar, shooting straight into the sky. When it reached its peak, it began to slash down. The flame demon emperor had originally planned to take things one step further by forcing the Saint Emperor of Water and Fire to kill him and force him to reveal the fragment of time. He had not even thought that someone would be lurking in the dark right in front of him and attack him directly. The sword light carried an astonishing, murderous aura. It was fast and ruthless as it slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Damn it, how could this be? The flame demon sovereign was both shocked and angry. He was a dignified, 5th realm sovereign emperor expert. What kind of person was he? He was one of the most powerful people in the universe. But now, someone had gotten so close to him, and he didn't even notice it. What did this mean? It meant that if someone had tried to assassinate him just now, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. This was a humiliation for him, and it also served as a warning. If he wasn't careful, he would really be beheaded next time. However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment. In fact, the speed at which the sword chi slashed down was faster than he had imagined. It was so fast that he didn't even have much time to think before he was hit. Bang! A flaming armor appeared on his body and protected him. It was a type of law armor, and the attacks of ordinary sovereign emperors couldn't even think of penetrating this armor. However, this sword instantly shattered the armor, and then the sword fell on the body of the flame demon sovereign. Roar! When the flame demon emperor was slashed, he immediately roared in pain. A huge crack appeared on his body. After being slashed by the sword light, his body was almost split into two. The wound even turned into magma. The flame demon sovereign was a powerful race that was born in endless magma, and the flame demon sovereign was one of the best among them. He was an invincible emperor. What flowed in his body wasn't blood, but magma, which was completely different from other creatures. Who dares to attack me? The flame demon sovereign retreated several 100 kilometers away, avoiding the aftermath of the sword light. At the same time, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, and the law that belonged to the sovereign Tao appeared at an astonishing speed. This sword chi is. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire recognized this sword chi almost immediately. Yi Shiwen had relied on this sword chi when he had killed several emperor-level creatures and sovereign emperors. It was the sword chi that seemed to have transformed into a Vici Hell. Martial Emperor. He was immediately overjoyed. Yi Shiwen's appearance at this time was undoubtedly a ray of hope in his despair. Who? The flame demon sovereign stared in the direction where the sword light had slashed down. Holy Emperor of Water and Fire, it seems like you're in some trouble. Yi Shiwen's figure slowly appeared, and there was a faint smile on his face. You were the one who attacked me just now." The flame demon sovereign stared coldly at Yi Shiwen, and a supreme aura erupted from his body. This aura was rising to the limit, and it was the power of a supreme emperor. He could already feel how terrifying this person in front of him was. If he didn't go all out, he might not be able to deal with him. Chapter 30:93. This flame demon emperor could clearly sense a terrifying aura coming from Yi Shiwen's body, which gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. So what if I am? Yi Shiwen had a calm smile on his face. This is a flame demon emperor. I didn't expect to see such a creature here. Isn't it supposed to be in the outer domain of the far west? The outer domain referred to by the Fortune Divine dynasty was extremely vast, and the Stormy Sea region was merely a part of it. Apart from the Stormy Sea region, there was also an extremely vast outer domain. The flame demon was an extremely terrifying creature that only existed in the far west region. The best of the flame demons could even break through to become an emperor-level creature. Even among the many outer domain creatures, they were considered to be at the top. A race that could give birth to an emperor-level creature was the royal race among the outer domain creatures. However, it was extremely rare to see such a race in the eastern Stormy Sea region, even more so for the emperor-level creatures. This was because although the emperor-level creatures among the outer domain creatures could rival the emperor-level creatures, most of them were bound to their own race and wouldn't leave easily, let alone come to the Stormy Sea region that was thousands of miles away. The aura on this flame demon emperor's body continued to increase. Great Tao patterns formed around his body, and the heaven and earth under his feet evolved into fire attribute array patterns. This was the first time his aura had climbed to the peak. This had never happened even when he was dealing with the fire and water divine emperors. He knew that this person in front of him was definitely different from the fire and water divine emperors. This was an aura that could only be sensed at the fifth realm. Endless flames instantly turned into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. Then, a matchless aura spread out and shook the world. Clang! A flaming long saber suddenly appeared in the flame demon emperor's hand. This flaming long saber slashed down in Yi Shiwen's direction at an astonishing speed. The flame demon emperor was already doing his best. He didn't want to talk to Yi Shiwen at this time. The emperor-level creature and the emperor-level creature were simply fated enemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. This was the continuation of two races and two civilizations. Now, it was obvious that Yi Shiwen wouldn't let him off so easily. That's all there is to it. His left hand turned into the overturning sky seal. The martial emperor seal began to spin, and his right hand completely turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. One punch and one seal, unparalleled fierceness, shocking the world. He charged directly at the flaming long saber. These were 2 transcendent martial arts. Anyone who possessed one of them would be able to dominate the world. However, he possessed both of them at the same time and had completely fused them together. That terrifying aura wreaked havoc on Yi Shiwen's body, and his hair fluttered in the wind. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist fiercely collided with the flaming long blade. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked, and the world shook violently. What? You caught my flame saber with your bare hands. The flame demon emperor was shocked. In order to refine this flame saber, he had devoured several earth veins and spent many years to finally complete it. Although it wasn't an invincible Taoist tool, the emperor-level creatures also had their own means. They couldn't condense the principles into a Taoist tool like the emperor-level creature because they didn't cultivate the principles. However, they could condense their own magical power as a foundation to condense their own magical power into a Taoist tool. The power of these magical tools wasn't inferior to Taoist tools. Some were even superior to ordinary Taoist tools. There were many ways to do this. Many of them even used their own bodies to refine Taoist tools. Therefore, he was very clear about how terrifying the power of his flame saber was. However, his saber had been blocked by a casual punch from the person in front of him. What kind of physical body is this? The Flame Demon Emperor was almost scared to death. His flame saber had slashed at Yi Shiwen's fist, but it had no effect at all. It had only left a white mark. Even the flame law that he was so proud of couldn't hurt his physical body at all. It's too early to be shocked. Yi Shiwen let out a long and domineering roar. His black hair was fluttering. On his left hand, the Martial Emperor seal rotated and smashed down with the overturning sky seal. On the overturning sky seal, the infinite principles turned into divine chains and spread in all directions. Each divine chain was directly inserted into the void. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be completely reversed at this moment. It flowed along the divine chains and integrated into the seal of the overturning sky seal. Every time the overturning sky seal fell, the heaven and earth collapsed an inch. As it smashed down, it directly smashed everything. Even the principles couldn't escape in the face of this power and completely collapsed. What kind of power is this? The divine emperor of water and fire was completely shocked because he discovered that Yi Shiwen had become stronger. Although he hadn't broken through the boundary of the fifth realm, compared to the time when Yi Shiwen had saved them, he was undoubtedly many times stronger. How long has it been? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire was also shocked by Yi Shiwen's progress. Such a speed of progress even shocked him, because at this time he vaguely remembered that when he first met Yi Shiwen, he didn't seem to be that strong. In the process of advancing, Yi Shiwen's cultivation had improved a step, and now it had improved a step further. From the initial stage of the fifth realm to the peak of the fifth realm, such a speed of progress left him dumbfounded even though he knew the actual situation. After he stepped into the fourth realm, he cultivated to this step. Only he himself knew how much time he had spent. And how much time did Yi Shiwen spend to cultivate from the initial stage of the fifth realm to the peak of the fifth realm? At this time, a shocking speculation suddenly appeared in his mind. If this wasn't the limit of this person in front of him, then his future achievements were simply unbelievable. On the other side, the Flame Demon Emperor didn't think as much as he did, because the moment his flame blade was blocked, Yi Shiwen's overturning sky seal directly smashed down. Bang! The armor condensed from the flame law on his body couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's Martial Emperor seal at all and collapsed on the spot. Bang! His body was blasted away again, and half of his body was almost destroyed by Yi Shiwen. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Magma splashed out of the Flame Demon Emperor's body. His entire body was composed of magma, and it was condensed from countless flame law. Rumble! The Flame Demon Emperor crashed into the ground fiercely, and a huge crack almost appeared on the entire ground. The whole crack quickly turned into a magma pool, and he hid in it. The entire ground was shaking, and under the Flame Demon Emperor's control, countless earth veins emerged from the depths of the ground bit by bit. The Flame Demon Emperor wanted to make the entire environment the most suitable for him to fight in. At the same time, he was also absorbing the power of these earth veins and recovering bit by bit. Martial Emperor, be careful! The Fire and Water Divine Emperor hurriedly reminded. Don't worry, he can't overturn the sky. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He didn't care about the Flame Demon Emperor at all. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his whole body was surging with a terrifying aura. His battle aura swept through the ages, and his body seemed to spread from one end of the river of time to the other end. His body was flowing with flowing lights, and he exuded the aura of a supreme expert. Just as the Fire and Water Divine Emperor had guessed, Yi Shiwen had already stepped into the peak of the fifth realm, and was truly invincible in this realm. Even if he encountered a sixth realm expert, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, let alone a fifth realm expert. I've just broken through, and I haven't fully grasped my power yet. It just so happens that someone has come to me to die. Get lost. In the endless magma pool, a huge hand evolved from magma instantly grabbed out of the void and directly grabbed in Yi Shiwen's direction. Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He took a step forward, and endless golden light spread under his feet and crushed the huge hand on the spot. His whole body walked in the void, and with every step he took, the power of his body increased by a bit, as if there was no end. He was a supreme demon god walking between heaven and earth. It's useless if you're only at this level. Yi Shiwen's footsteps seemed slow, but they were actually very fast. In almost an instant, he had already arrived above the magma pool, and his whole body instantly spewed out endless Nanmingli fire, forming a flame domain. The magma was originally extremely hot, but it was instantly evaporated by the Nanmingli fire. The endless Nanmingli fire had already risen to the peak under Yi Shiwen's control. Even if the Phoenix ancestor was still alive, he would probably not be able to do much. In just a short time, more than half of the magma pool, which had originally spread for thousands of miles, had been evaporated by Yi Shiwen. It could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all, nor could it provide protection for the Fire Demon Emperor. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen immediately saw the Fire Demon Emperor in the center of the magma pool. Roar, die! The Fire Demon Emperor roared, and he opened his bloody mouth, spewing endless flames, forming a terrifying attack that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen merely waved his hand and instantly dispersed this terrifying attack, smashing it into pieces. It could not affect him at all. After stepping into the peak of the fifth realm, Yi Shiwen's strength had simply taken a qualitative leap, and it was tyrannical to an unimaginable extent. The Fire Demon Emperor, who was also in the fifth realm, was simply too weak to withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen, and was not even as strong as the 9 Changes Divine Emperor's performance. It's time to end this. Yi Shiwen's expression was cold. The Martial Emperor's seal above his head rotated, growing bigger and bigger, and finally fell in an instant. Chapter 3094. Boom! The Martial Emperor's seal fell, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The Flame Demon Emperor's body completely exploded under the Martial Emperor's seal, and he was torn to pieces on the spot. Roar! The Flame Demon Emperor's head, which had been blown away, roared in the void. But Yi Shiwen didn't give him the chance. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Every pore on his body was spewing out terrifying power, and the surging vitality was earth-shattering. Yi Shiwen's strength turned the surrounding area into a dead land, and many creatures in the Pan-Heavenly Palace didn't dare to approach. A battle between sovereign emperors was not something ordinary creatures could intervene in. Whoosh! The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand slashed down, and the Flame Demon Emperor's body, which had just been reconstructed, couldn't withstand it at all, and it exploded again. Yi Shiwen was like a robot constantly slashing down, but it was just a mechanical slash. Each of these slashes could shatter heaven and earth, and now all of them fell on the Flame Demon Emperor's body. Even with the Flame Demon Emperor's regenerative ability, it was of no use. The blood on his body was magma, and it splashed out directly. Every drop that fell would turn into a huge volcano, and it contained incredible power. This was the terror of Emperor-level creatures. But even so, under Yi Shiwen's attack, his incomparably tyrannical body was constantly being smashed by Yi Shiwen, and it was pierced through. Even though his spirit was hidden very deeply, and it was in harmony with the heavenly way, it was still useless under this level of attack. In the end, it was destroyed by Yi Shiwen's sword when it finally escaped, and the body was kept by Yi Shiwen, waiting to be exchanged for money. Another one killed. The Water-Fire Divine Emperor's face was a bit numb. Originally, witnessing the death of an emperor should have been a very big event, but now, after following Yi Shiwen for a while, he suddenly had this feeling that an emperor was not that big of a deal. One would die every few days, And as far as he knew, the emperor-level experts who died in Yi Shiwen's hands were enough to shock the world. It was unknown whether it would take hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years to cultivate an emperor-monarch-level expert. However, Yi Shiwen could kill such an expert in such a short time. He hadn't felt that his life would be in danger even in the most dangerous situation a moment ago. However, this flame demon emperor hadn't even been able to withstand a few rounds in Yi Shiwen's hands. He had become stronger. He had become even stronger. He even had a feeling that if this trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before Yi Shiwen stepped into the sixth realm. Compared to the fifth realm, the sixth realm was a whole new realm, representing a whole new domain. It was already the peak of the mid-stage god-monarch realm, and one more step and one would be a big shot in the fortune god dynasty. Their words carried great weight, and no one dared to look down on them. Their status was completely different. Not everyone could step into the sovereign emperor realm. Although the advancement of the sovereign emperor realm required time, it didn't mean that it was useful. Many people were still at the first stage of the sovereign emperor realm after countless years. This kind of thing was very common. It was not rare. Because of this, Yi Shiwen's rapid advancement had given him such a big shock. This time, I'm indebted to Taoist Martial Emperor for your help. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire had an embarrassed look on his face. In such a short time, he had been saved by Yi Shiwen twice. This is what I should do. Taoist Martial Emperor of Water and Fire need not worry about it. Yi Shiwen said. Although he was acquainted with the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire, it didn't mean that he would definitely help. If the other party wasn't a foreign creature, but a sovereign emperor of the fortune god dynasty, Yi Shiwen wouldn't necessarily help. The fortune god dynasty was at war with foreign creatures, and both sides were already irreconcilable. No matter what he did, it would be politically correct. But if he got involved in a dispute between other forces of the fortune god dynasty, then he needed to think carefully. Although Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid of trouble, if he got involved for someone else's matter, then it was worth thinking carefully. After all, his friendship with the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire hadn't reached that point. But I also have a question to ask you. Was the Flame Demon Emperor chasing you for the time fragment? Yi Shiwen asked. That's right, it was the time fragment. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire had no intention of hiding it, and readily admitted it. For this time fragment, he had been chased all the way here. If he hadn't met Yi Shiwen, the consequences would be unimaginable. He didn't know how much he would have to pay to escape. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that he hadn't heard wrong. It was indeed the time fragment. If it was anything else, it might not have been able to lure him out. But the time fragment was different because it was something he had been looking for all this time to repair the time robe. The time robe was unparalleled in both offense and defense, but similarly its materials were very difficult to find. The most important was the time fragment. Yi Shiwen had searched for many years, but he hadn't found it. Now that he had information about the time fragment, how could he not be tempted? May I ask, Taoist Martial Emperor, where did you find this time fragment? Yi Shiwen asked. Taoist Martial Emperor still doesn't know. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire couldn't help but look at Yi Shiwen with some surprise, and then immediately reacted. I see. Taoist Martial Emperor must have been in closed-door training during this time, so you didn't pay attention to the outside world. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you. Taoist Martial Emperor should also know. Then, I'll just draw a snake's legs and tell you. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire explained everything. Only then did Yi Shiwen know that during the few years he had been in closed-door training, another major event had happened in the Pan-Heavenly Palace. The people who had explored the depths of the Pan-Heavenly Palace had found a place called Time Valley. There were time fragments in this place, and it had attracted the attention of many sovereign emperors and emperor-level creatures. The law of time was one of the most mysterious and difficult to understand laws in the world. Usually, People could only comprehend it out of thin air, and the efficiency was extremely limited. But if they could obtain the time fragment, the speed would be completely different. The Time Lord had become an emperor with the help of the time law in the past, and he had obtained a fragment of the time law in the past. Later, Yi Shiwen had used this fragment to deduce the devil wings from the space wings to the time wings. How could he have accomplished this if he hadn't refined the time magic robe with the help of the time fragments? This was simply impossible. This had caused countless covetous eyes. However, there were many time fragments in the Time Valley. It was common knowledge that the influence of time didn't exist for the deities who had achieved the Tao. They had already transcended the river of time and escaped from life and death. They had the same lifespan as the world. However, among these fragments of time, there were some terrifying ones that could even affect sovereign kings. Emperor-level life forms were extremely powerful. Although they couldn't see through life and death, they could still maintain their most powerful state until the moment they died. However, they were still turned into a pile of bones by these fragments of time laws. There were also sovereign emperors who were careless and were cut into pieces and died tragically. There were even many powerful, ancient, vicious beasts that were born with the law of time, and they were extremely dangerous. It was not easy to obtain a time fragment. Because of this, the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire was not willing to give up after obtaining this time fragment, and would rather choose to fight. Time plus space was the universe, and everything else was just within the universe. Many other laws could be deduced from the law of time. Relying on this time fragment, the possibility of him entering the fifth realm had undoubtedly greatly increased. In short, my time fragment was found in the Valley of Time. With your strength, seizing a time fragment shouldn't be a problem at all. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire was slightly vigilant, fearing that Yi Shiwen would suddenly turn hostile. With their relationship, it wouldn't be an ordinary relationship. However, when it came to a divine object like the time fragment, it wasn't necessarily so. Although the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire hid it very well, Yi Shiwen still saw through it. However, he didn't care. After all, if he hadn't saved the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire twice before, they could only be regarded as strangers who met by chance. It was normal for the Holy Emperor to not trust him. The law of time. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Did you just say that an emperor-level creature directly turned into a skeleton under the effect of the law of time? Yes, that's right. It's just too dangerous. That's why I don't dare to touch those large fragments of the law of time. The fragment in my hand was obtained after killing a fierce beast in the Valley of Time. Holy Emperor Water and Fire said. In other words, the time fragment can even affect the time around the emperor level. Yi Shiwen pursed his lips. Suddenly, he thought of an extremely crazy idea. In the time fragment, it can even speed up cultivation. What? The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire's eyes widened, staring at Yi Shiwen. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to have such a crazy idea. Taoist martial emperor, don't joke around. Maybe you haven't experienced it yourself, so you don't know. Although the flow of time doesn't matter to us emperor-level creatures, unlike emperor-level creatures who can instantly turn into bones, the law of time is very corrosive. This is not a joke. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire felt that he still needed to warn Yi Shiwen. This idea was very good, but the reality was very cruel. It wasn't that no one had thought of such an outcome, but the result was that the law of time would cut them in half, and the emperor-level creatures would die tragically. The time fragments were too concentrated, too terrifying. Chapter 3095. Even for an emperor, the law of time was still extremely mysterious. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be touched. Unlike other laws, an emperor could even see the operation of these laws with their naked eyes if they opened their magic eyes. As for the law of time, an emperor could only figure out the various aspects of the law of time through the operation of other laws. If the law of time was condensed, then its power would be unimaginably great. It might be possible to just comprehend the principles, but if one wanted to cultivate in the time fragment, it would undoubtedly be suicidal. Yi Shiwen faintly smiled, but didn't explain anything. What others couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. The most important thing was that he had the time robe on his body. This was his greatest reliance. The time robe was broken, but it still possessed incredible might. What kind of person was the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire? Of course, he could see that Yi Shiwen actually didn't listen to his words. Originally, he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he didn't listen to the old man's advice. However, he immediately thought of Yi Shiwen's terrifying advancement speed. Perhaps this person in front of him really had abilities and means that others didn't know about. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so confident. Then I'll take my leave first. I also want to go to the Time Valley to take a look. Yi Shiwen said bluntly. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. After asking the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire about the location of the Time Valley, Yi Shiwen immediately stepped out of the sky, full of golden light, and flew in the direction of the Time Valley. The Holy Emperor of Water and Fire also quickly left this place. This time he obtained a small piece of time fragment, which was already a rare harvest for him. The Time Valley was a special area in the depths of the Pantheon Palace. Although it was called a valley, it was actually a huge basin. No one knew how this valley was formed, and no one was willing to care about it. Powerful Emperor would constantly fly in from time to time. The entire area was gray. Even with the Emperor's magic eyes, there was no way to see through the situation in this area. A golden light flashed, and Yi Shiwen's figure slowly emerged from it. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the Time Valley, Yi Shiwen felt an extremely heavy feeling. An extremely uncoordinated feeling emerged. As far as his eyes could see, he found several areas where the flow of time was completely different. In a normal place, this would undoubtedly be impossible. However, in this place, it appeared at the same time. Some were hundreds of times faster than the current flow of time, while others were dozens of times slower than the current flow of time. Yi Shiwen could even see several peak quasi-emperors struggling in this region. Their movements were as slow as snails in this region, which was dozens of times faster than the outside world. Yi Shiwen could see that there was a fragment of time law of different sizes in the depths of the core of each strange flow of time. It was these fragments of the laws of time that caused time to flow at completely different speeds. Some were fast, some were slow. Yi Shiwen immediately flew in. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding time had slowed down. His movements had also slowed down by dozens of times, just like those peak quasi-emperors he had seen before. However, his speed was already extremely fast. Even if he was slowed down by dozens of times, he was still as fast as a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the whole world trembled violently. A claw that blotted out the sky directly stretched out from the void. It could even break through this region of time, as if it was completely unaffected. Then an incomparably huge, ferocious beast poked its head out. This ferocious beast's entire body was transparent. One could only vaguely see its existence in the void. The scales all over its body were condensed from the power of time. It could be said that it was the incarnation of the power of time. Is this a time beast? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered. This was the time beast that the Water-Fire Divine Emperor had mentioned before. It seemed to be born from the power of time. These time beasts were born with the power of time, so they wouldn't be affected by these fragments of time. They almost instantly rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at them. He just stretched out his big hand and instantly became bigger and bigger. It rose against the wind and grabbed towards the time beast like a mountain. Bang! The attack of this time beast was instantly broken by Yi Shiwen. Then, this time beast was caught by Yi Shiwen. Roar! This time beast was constantly roaring and struggling. It wanted to break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp, but it was useless. No matter how it evolved the power of time, it was useless in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the power of time had reached a peak. This level of struggle and evolution was just child's play in his eyes. Yi Shiwen could be considered to have done a lot of research on the law of time. However, he was still far from being able to condense time fragments on his own. Therefore, he wanted to obtain time fragments. In the process of repairing the time robe, his understanding of the law of time would also improve by leaps and bounds. Maybe he could use this to break through to the sixth realm in one fell swoop. Bang! This time, Beast couldn't even resist for a little while in Yi Shiwen's hand. It was directly crushed and turned into countless pure power of time. It's a pity. Although it's formed by the power of time, it's still too low level. There's no time fragment in its body. This time beast didn't have the time fragment that Yi Shiwen wanted to obtain. It seemed that the Holy Emperor of Water and Fire was right. The only time beasts with time fragments in their bodies were time beast emperors who had already advanced to the emperor level. It was no wonder that the flame demon emperor could chase after the divine emperor of water and fire to the point where he would not rest until one of them was dead. The time fragment was indeed hard to find, even in this time valley. Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. He took a step and directly stepped out of the influence of this time turbulence. The time robe began to appear on his body. The appearance of the time robe directly isolated the influence of the power of time. This time turbulence couldn't affect his existence at all. Who is that person? Why doesn't the power of time affect him at all? At this time, the peak quasi-emperors in the distance looked at each other. They felt as if they had seen a ghost. It wasn't that they hadn't seen emperors. They had also encountered a few emperors along the way. However, they had never seen anyone like Yi Shiwen, who directly broke through the time turbulence and left. So scary. These peak quasi-emperors had a faint feeling of regret in their hearts. With their strength, they might be able to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps it was possible that they could obtain some extraordinary inheritance. It was even possible that they could step into the Emperor realm. However, this possibility was too small. More likely, they would die tragically here without anyone knowing. Even emperors and Emperor realm creatures would die, let alone peak quasi-emperors. Yi Shiwen flew all the way to the depths of the Time Valley. He encountered many time beasts along the way. However, these time beasts weren't a match for him at all. Many of them wanted to attack Yi Shiwen, but they weren't a match for him at all. They were all pinched to death by Yi Shiwen. Then the endless power of time in their bodies was collected and refined by Yi Shiwen. He used it to repair the hole in the time robe. Although the effect wasn't very big, it was better than nothing. Why is there only such a little? Yi Shiwen killed dozens of time beasts. However, he wasn't very satisfied. The power of time that could be extracted from each time beast was too little. He wanted to find a few time beast emperors and kill them. Then, the situation would be completely different. According to the Water-Fire Holy Emperor, there should be time beast emperors everywhere. Why was it that Yi Shiwen only saw a few dozen of them? Roar! Suddenly, an extremely loud roar came from the depths of the Time Valley. This loud roar turned into a terrifying sound wave that swept across the sky. Under the support of the power of time, it completely covered the entire Time Valley at lightning speed. Yi Shiwen's expression changed slightly. The power of this wave of roar was indeed amazing. An ordinary peak quasi-emperor could be killed on the spot by this roar. Bang! Yi Shiwen slapped down, and the sound wave that had already spread in front of him was smashed to pieces on the spot. It couldn't affect him at all. However, this sound wave was still spreading in all directions at lightning speed around Yi Shiwen. Time Beast Emperor! Yi Shiwen's eyes immediately lit up. What else could have such power besides the Time Beast Emperor? Ordinary time beasts couldn't achieve this level. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen immediately flew towards the depths of the Time Valley without saying anything. After a while, he had already rushed to the depths of the Time Valley. Suddenly, an extremely spectacular scene appeared in front of him. It appeared hundreds of miles away. Above the deepest part of the Time Valley, a golden word, forbidden, was floating in the sky. It was shining with the light of the law that made people's hearts jump. This word completely evolved into a restriction. It seemed to have completely locked the core central area of the entire Time Valley. And under this forbidden word, an incomparably huge figure flashed faintly. This was an extremely terrifying figure. His figure occupied more than half of the deepest part of the Time Valley. The terrifying aura emitted from his body was terrifying. The restriction formed by this forbidden word was simply like a cage. This extremely terrifying figure was firmly locked in it. He was indomitable and incomparably huge, like a giant that had been born at the beginning of the world. In front of this figure, everyone was as small as an ant. Chapter 3096. That huge body stood between heaven and earth, like a pillar supporting the heavens, like a mountain towering into the sky. Around it, that huge forbidden word glittered with golden light, as if it was the largest cage between heaven and earth. Just a single forbidden word could imprison such a majestic creature within it. This word had already deeply grasped the essence of the Tao of sealing. Even the Tao of sealing that Yi Shiwen had comprehended paled in comparison to this one. Around this forbidden word, many fierce battles were taking place, forming many battlefields. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept across, and he immediately understood why he hadn't encountered a single time Beast Emperor on his way here. It turned out that all the time Beast Emperors were gathered here. Yi Shiwen saw more than 20 time Beast Emperors fighting on various battlefields. They were commanding many time beasts to pounce towards the invaders. And on various battlefields, he could see all kinds of peak quasi-emperors fighting. Even if they weren't peak quasi-emperors, they were still super geniuses who could fight above their realm, and their combat strength was comparable to peak quasi-emperors. There were even emperors among them, fighting with those powerful time beast emperors. And there were more than a dozen time beast emperors that formed a formation, firmly guarding the huge time beast emperor in the center. It seemed that all the battles were for this huge time beast emperor. Even though the forbidden word forbidden was used to confine its terrifying aura, the little bit of aura that leaked out was enough to shock people. This time beast emperor might be at the level of the 9th realm. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. When he sensed this, he was also a little shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was a 9th realm emperor-level creature? In the stormy sea region, it was enough to stir up the winds and clouds. With a stomp of its foot, the entire stormy sea region would follow suit. That was a real big shot. If the 7th realm was considered a small giant, then the 9th realm was undoubtedly a giant among giants. Moreover, this time beast emperor was born in accordance with the laws of time. It was born with a magical power of time, and its combat strength was valiant enough to rank at the top among those in the same realm. Based on the situation of Yi Shiwen's cultivation, there were pitifully few people who could cultivate the laws of time. However, those who had touched the surface of the laws of time were all top-notch existences among those in the same realm, not to mention a super existence like the time beast ancestor. These time beast emperors were obviously led by this time beast ancestor. Moreover, these time beast emperors were also very tyrannical. Sometimes they could block the surprise attack of 2 or even 3 emperor realm experts. Yi Shiwen could feel the aura of more than 50 or 60 emperor realm experts. Perhaps more than half of the emperor realm experts who had broken into this place had already arrived here. Yi Shiwen was not sure. The battles were very intense, but there were very few real life and death battles. Most of the battles were still very restrained. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Whether it was the time beast side or the sovereign emperor's side, they were all very restrained and didn't start fighting. Even the sovereign emperor's side and the sovereign emperor's side, which already had many grudges against each other, didn't start fighting the moment they saw each other. Soon Yi Shiwen understood why. They were waiting for the Time Beast Emperor to die. This Time Beast Emperor had been imprisoned in this forbidden word for an unknown number of years. It was obvious that he was about to reach the end of his lifespan. This Time Beast Emperor was still very powerful. In fact, it was terrifyingly powerful. However, its body was already surrounded by death energy. It was obvious that it was about to die. With the strength of Emperor Realm experts, they could maintain their peak fighting strength until the very end. They would age rapidly after the Devas' 5 decrepit phenomena arrived. They would go through the life of an ordinary person in a short period of time. From their peak to their death, their vitality would deteriorate to an unimaginable extent. Even the 9th Realm Emperor Realm experts were no exception. They couldn't escape this natural law. As long as they couldn't comprehend the laws and transcend life and death, they would face such a day sooner or later. There were no exceptions. Some might have a fortuitous encounter that could prolong their lives for a while, but it wouldn't change their fate. The only way was to sever their own Tao foundation and start all over again. Then they would attack the Supreme Great Tao. Finally, they would use the laws to become an emperor. However, there were very few Emperor Realm experts who could do this. Most of the Emperor Realm experts who severed their own Tao foundation would eventually degenerate into ordinary gods. Relying on their original body of Emperor Realm experts, they could be considered tyrannical for a while. However, it was useless. If they really provoked a big shot, they would still die. Only Emperor Realm experts and Emperor Realm experts were the rulers of the world. If one didn't reach this level, they would never be able to be compared with this level. Yi Shiwen immediately understood everyone's plan. They must want to fight for the time fragment inside the Time Beast Emperor's body. The time fragment inside the 9th Realm Time Beast Emperor's body must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but become excited. Since this idea arose in his heart, Yi Shiwen immediately calculated. All the Emperor Realm experts and Emperor Realm experts present would become his opponents. He immediately calmed down and carefully observed. There were many Emperor Realm experts present, but there was only one figure standing tall between heaven and earth with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were fixed on the Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor in the prison with the word forbidden. This person had an extremely powerful aura around him. He stood firmly in the void, and no matter the aftermath of the battle that flowed out from the various battlefields around him, it would automatically collapse around him. Not even the slightest breeze could be stirred up. It was as if there was an aura around him that could suppress all directions. There was a faint feeling of the overlord of the world on his body. However, Yi Shiwen soon learned the identity of this person from the surrounding Emperor Realm experts, divine sense communication, because this person was the center of everyone's discussion. When he learned the identity of this person, even with Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This person was actually the closest disciple of one of the 10 Emperor Realm experts who had betrayed the Fortune God dynasty. He was the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor. The legend of the Yi Huang gradually began to spread as he reappeared in the stormy sea region. Even Yi Shiwen had heard of his legend. It was said that in the Fortune God dynasty's central court, there were a total of 10 Emperor Realm experts who jointly ruled. Each of them was in existence at the peak of the 9th realm. Any one of them could suppress any rebellion in the Fortune God dynasty. Moreover, each of them had many achievements in annihilating Emperor-level life forms. Their individual strength was extremely tyrannical, and the Yi Huang was one of them. Moreover, his ranking among them wasn't low. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Yi Huang betrayed the Fortune God dynasty and fled into the stormy sea region to establish himself. The outer domain and the Fortune God dynasty had always been at odds, and they often accepted traitors from each other. Therefore, although the Yi Huang had betrayed the Fortune God dynasty and fled to the outer domain, he was still one of the superpowers in the outer domain. And this Gung Jin Tiger Emperor was a legend among legends. Rumor had it that the Yi Huang had accidentally obtained a piece of Gung Jin's spirit. This itself was a heavenly treasure. It was rare that the Yi Huang did not erase this Gung Jin spirit. Instead, he cultivated it with great care. Later on, he allowed the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor to transform into a human form and personally accepted him as a disciple. The Gung Metal Tiger Emperor was born as a heavenly divine creature, and his foundation was also the noblest. On top of that, he had the personal guidance of a super emperor like the Night Emperor. His future was limitless. Before the Night Emperor had betrayed the Fortune Divine dynasty, the Gung Metal Tiger Emperor was already the strongest person among the same generation in the Fortune Divine dynasty. He was invincible under the heavens, and no one could be mentioned in the same breath as him among peak half-emperors. After Yi Huang defected and fled to the outer regions, the Gung Metal Tiger Emperor also followed. In the Stormy Sea region, where the competition was even more intense, he quickly stood out and made an immortal name for himself. In less than 100,000 years after that, he successfully became a martial emperor. Although he had yet to enter the seventh realm and become a small giant, he was still one of the strongest experts in the seventh realm. Among the many experts who had entered the Pan-Heavenly Palace this time, many people regarded him as the strongest expert. He was also their biggest opponent in the competition for the fortuitous encounters in the Pan-Heavenly Palace. Because of this, many people didn't think that he was a secret. In fact, it had become a semi-public matter. Yi Shiwen quickly figured it out. The Gung Jin Tiger Emperor did not seem to have any intention of hiding it. With his cultivation at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for him to feign civility with anyone. He didn't even need to hide from anyone. Only others would hide from him. Among the many experts who had entered the Pan-Heavenly Palace this time, there were only a few people who could compete with him. Moreover, those few people weren't here. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. In his eyes, the core law of time within the body of the Time Beast Emperor ancestor was already in his possession. No one else could take it away from him. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. For Yi Shiwen, the biggest stumbling block was the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor if he wanted to seize the time law inside the body of the Time Beast Emperor. The Gung Jin Tiger Emperor was unparalleled. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't the only one who wanted to seize the time law inside the body of the Time Beast Emperor. Apart from the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor, there were also a few people who were faintly discernible. They had occupied the most advantageous positions and were waiting to attack at any time. These people weren't as strong as the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor. However, the disparity between them wasn't as great as the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor. In fact, there was a faint trend of them joining hands because of the existence of the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor. Everyone knew that the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor was powerful and difficult to deal with. Chapter 3097. Everyone knew that the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor was powerful and difficult to deal with. However, it was impossible for them to give up on the time fragment in the body of the Time Beast Emperor, especially since there were more than one or two people eyeing it. If there were only one or two people, they might retreat. However, with so many people had the idea of fishing in troubled waters. All of them wanted to take advantage of the chaos to snatch the fragment of the Time Beast Emperor's law of time. The Gung Metal Tiger Emperor might have known about this, or he might not have known about it at all. However, to the powerful Gung Metal Tiger Emperor, he didn't care about the threat of these people. Yi Shiwen looked at them one by one. There were many emperors present. However, most of them were in the second or third realm. There weren't many in the fifth realm. Besides the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there were 4 other people in the sixth realm. They were naturally inferior to the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor, but compared to the others, these 4 people were completely above everyone else. These 4 people were in 4 directions and occupied the best spots to attack. They didn't dare to swagger in front of everyone like the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor and become the target of everyone's attacks. However, no one dared to appear near where they were. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, the double pupils appeared. The magical power of the double pupils was omnipotent. No matter how well one hid, there was no secret in front of him. The existences in the sixth realm were the same. The leader was a man in purple. This person was hidden in the void. There was a faint arrogance on his body. He was faintly separated from the other emperors. No one dared to approach him. This person was called the Rain Emperor. His body was surrounded by the law of rain. He had reached the peak of this path. Among everyone, even without the Gungjin Tiger Emperor, this person would still be the best. Besides the Rain Emperor, there was also a middle-aged man in white who was sitting cross-legged on the cloud bed. He was faintly discernible, ready to attack at any time. This person was called the Lord of the Permitha. From the words of the others, Yi Shiwen knew that this Lord of the Permitha wasn't an emperor of the Eastern Domain. He came from an extremely powerful family in the Fortune God dynasty. He used to be the patriarch of that family. Besides Yi Shiwen, everyone else had heard of him. These two could be considered experts on the sovereign emperor's side. Apart from them, the other two were peak emperor-class life forms. One of them was a huge black tortoise with a body as large as a primordial divine mountain. It was impossible to ignore it even from a great distance. It turned out to be a sky-shaking turtle emperor. More than a decade ago, the extremely powerful sky-shaking turtle emperor of the ninth realm had once appeared near the crack. Although he abided by the agreement between the two camps and did not appear in person, it was obvious that this sky-shaking turtle emperor was the emperor of the sky-shaking turtle clan. Whether it was his own strength or the sky-shaking turtle emperor behind him, they were not to be underestimated. Apart from the sky-shaking turtle emperor, there was another emperor with a huge bird's head, the Warhawk Emperor. His body was enormous, and his wingspan spanned several hundred miles. Every feather was imbued with an unimaginably powerful power of laws, which allowed him to gently flap his wings to create gales that could easily blow away a mountain range for who knew how many miles. This Warhawk Emperor was also from a powerful royal family in the Stormy Sea region. The lair of this family was in the endless void. In the Stormy Sea region, they had a great say. Apart from the Gungjin Tiger Emperor, these four people were vaguely respected. It should be said that apart from these 5 people, Yi Shiwen did not care about the others at all. Although they were all sovereign emperors, and there were even a few sovereign emperors of the 5th realm among them, they were not enough in Yi Shiwen's eyes. They were not a match at all. Yi Shiwen was also in the 5th realm, and he could completely crush them. At the same time, he was not afraid of facing a few of them. Therefore, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, apart from these 5 people, no one else was worthy of his attention. However, in fact, this was not the case. Those 5 emperor-level experts were also at the 5th realm, and they were also super experts in the eyes of others. If they knew about Yi Shiwen's thoughts, they would immediately look for Yi Shiwen to learn from each other and see who would be unable to withstand a single blow. This Gung Metal Tiger Emperor is really strong, tyrannical to the point of being boundlessly tyrannical. It's a pity that his master is the Fortune God dynasty's most wanted fugitive, and his name is also very high on the wanted list. If we could kill him, I'm afraid we would really get rich overnight. Are you kidding me? That is the Gungjin Tiger Emperor. There are more than 1 or 2 sovereign emperors of the 6th realm who have been defeated by him. 2nd realm sovereign emperors like us might not even be able to last 1 round in front of him. Several sovereign emperors whispered in secret. They did not dare to let the Gungjin Tiger Emperor hear them. Otherwise, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. It would not be difficult for a person of that level to deal with them. Just as they were talking, the Gungjin Tiger Emperor seemed to have sensed that they were talking. Suddenly, his eyes turned and looked in their direction. Immediately, these sovereign emperors were scared out of their wits. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and they didn't even dare to breathe casually. If the Gung Metal Tiger King attacked them, they would most likely be doomed. They were also people who frequently appeared in the Stormy Sea region. Naturally, They were very clear about the illustrious reputation of the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor in the Stormy Sea region. It was established by countless people. How could they doubt it? Fortunately, the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor did not look for too long. There was a trace of disdain in the corner of his eyes. It seemed as if he was too lazy to say anything. Then he turned his head and stared at the time beast ancestor. However, these sovereign emperors did not know that not far behind them, Yi Shiwen had also raised his martial power. These sovereign emperors were not aware of this. They thought that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had heard their words. So, they turned their heads and looked in their direction. However, Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor's gaze had fallen on him. It was obvious that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had sensed that Yi Shiwen had used his dual pupils to look at him. Therefore, the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had turned his head to look at him. However, Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor's gaze had fallen on him. Obviously, the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had sensed that Yi Shiwen had used his dual pupils to look at the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor. Only the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had sensed his gaze. The others did not even know what had happened. Yi Shiwen slightly narrowed his eyes. The Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor's martial power was indeed above everyone else's. He used his dual pupils to look at all the sovereign emperors. Only the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor had sensed his gaze. The others did not even know what had happened. Those sovereign emperors of the sixth realm had only faintly sensed that someone was looking at them. However, they did not know where the gaze had come from. From this point of view, the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor was not just a little stronger than the others. He could indeed be considered as the biggest opponent. Yi Shiwen understood the meaning behind the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor's gaze. It was clear that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor did not care about him. If it were him, he would probably do the same. However, he would also let the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor know that he would have to pay a heavy price for underestimating him. However, he had almost thought that the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor was about to make a move. Therefore, he had raised his martial power to the limit. If they really fought, he would not be able to defeat the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor. However, the Gung-Jin Tiger Emperor could not do anything to him. He was very confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, at this moment, the entire Time Valley was in an uproar. Those powerful Time Beast Emperors seemed to have suddenly received some kind of command. They began to get agitated. The originally restrained scene had suddenly become chaotic. Those powerful Time Beast Emperors began to command the army of Time Beasts to attack the invaders. Kill! Kill them! Kill! 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 For a moment, the world was filled with all kinds of battle cries. The world was stirred up by powerful, murderous auras. The wind and clouds changed. Even the mysteries of heaven were affected. The weakest among the people present was at the quasi-emperor level. Even the powerful emperors were not rare. So, one could imagine how shocking and terrifying the scene would be when these people attacked together. As the battle situation suddenly became more intense, the battlefield, which had originally been controlled, suddenly became filled with blood. The number of casualties among the quasi-emperors suddenly increased. Powerful quasi-emperors were dying in every moment. Some of them were on the side of the Time Beasts, and some were on the side of the emperors and emperors. They were divided into two camps. Even the quasi-emperors and the foreign creatures were fighting each other. For a time, blood sprayed out and flowed like rivers. In fact, the casualties of the emperors gradually began to appear. Several emperors joined hands to kill the Time Beasts. There were also emperors and foreign creatures whose heads were bitten off by the Time Beasts, especially the foreign creatures' emperor level. They hadn't seen through the concept of time and life and death. So, they were entangled with the Time Beasts. Several of them had obviously aged. This was already incredible for the emperors who had been able to maintain their peak condition. Suddenly, a Time Beast Emperor of the fifth realm entered Yi Shiwen's eyes. It was fighting against 3 opponents, and it had blocked the attacks of 3 Emperor Lords and an Emperor-level life form. Moreover, one of them was also an Emperor-level life form of the fifth realm. But even so, this time Beast Emperor didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. It displayed extremely tyrannical combat strength. Its control of the law of time had reached perfection. It was going all out, and the law of time within its body was faintly discernible. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. He instantly took a step and attacked. Chapter 3098. Among these Time Beast Emperors, there was a fifth Realm Time Beast Emperor that caught Yi Shiwen's attention. This Time Beast Emperor was high and mighty. It commanded the army of Time Beasts to attack in all directions. Its performance was extremely domineering. Except for the few Sixth Realm experts, it didn't care about the others. Yi Shiwen suddenly took a step and appeared in the center of this large group of Time Beasts. As soon as Yi Shiwen's figure appeared, these Time Beasts pounced on him at the same time. Their bodies were radiating the dazzling light of the Time Law. They formed groups, and thousands of them attacked Yi Shiwen. Each of these Time Beasts was extremely daring. They dared to attack Emperors when they were alone, let alone so many Time Beasts gathered together. Moreover, they seemed to have received some kind of order to kill all the invading Emperors and Emperor-level life forms. This attack contained the power of the Time Law that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. It surged and surged violently like thunder. It was unknown how many attacks of the Time Law were mixed in. Ordinary means naturally wouldn't be enough for these Time Beasts to contend against Emperors. However, the Time Law was completely different. Those who could grasp the Time Law might even contend against Emperors. One or two of them wouldn't be a problem. But when their numbers increased to thousands and thousands, their magical time abilities could even contend against ordinary Emperors. However, they could only contend against ordinary Emperors. Yi Shiwen wasn't an ordinary Emperor, and he wasn't someone they could contend against. Yi Shiwen punched out. Suddenly, countless vortexes appeared in the sky, shaking in all directions. These vortexes contained Yi Shiwen's unparalleled fist energy. In an instant, these Time Beasts were swept into these vortexes, and they were shredded into pieces in a matter of minutes. Hundreds and thousands of Time Beasts were sucked into these vortexes every minute and second, and they were completely turned into ashes. The Time Law inside the bodies of these Time Beasts had been extracted. Yi Shiwen could only extract a trace of the Time Law from each of them. However, he was able to accumulate a small amount of Time Law with the continuous bombardment of these Time Beasts. This allowed Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Time Law to gradually improve. Roar! All outsiders must die! Seeing Yi Shiwen constantly killing their companions, these Time Beasts didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. On the contrary, their bodies carried a more fierce aura, and they rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Each of them was extremely fierce. Usually, they wouldn't choose to fight against an Emperor King like Yi Shiwen. But at this time, they didn't have the slightest scruples. They didn't even care about their own lives. In the face of these Time Beasts that came to die, Yi Shiwen wasn't polite at all. He rushed in on the spot and spouted the tyrannical Nanming Li fire. These Time Beasts were immediately ignited when they came in contact with the Nanming Li fire. They were burned alive and turned into glass. Only a little bit of the Time Law's core was left in Yi Shiwen's body. Although the Time Law was only a trace and couldn't form into fragments, it was still a good supplement when there were a lot of them. The Time Beasts' bodies flickered with the light of time. They tried to resist, and even tried to influence time, causing time to flow backwards. This was one of the most heaven-defying aspects of Time Laws. It could allow people to return to when they were not injured. They were like cockroaches that could not be killed. The Time Law was too mysterious and too tyrannical. Ordinary people had no way to resist the Time Law. But Yi Shiwen was completely different. His speed was too fast, and the Nanming Li fire was too overbearing. It burned them to death in an instant, not giving them time to recover. They had just tried to recover when they were killed by Yi Shiwen. These Time Beasts even formed a large array, condensing the power of time and bombarding Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and smashed the power of time into pieces on the spot. Then he rushed into the Great Formation. An entire Great Formation collapsed in an instant. Those time beasts also screamed and turned into ashes in an instant. Yi Shiwen was like a humanoid monster. Everywhere he went, the time beasts died and turned into ashes. Wherever he went, the large array of the time beast army collapsed. No one could resist him. And at this moment, the tyrannical time beast emperor finally couldn't help but attack. Originally, he was suppressing the other emperor-level creatures and emperor-level creatures that had joined forces to attack him. But now he finally realized that Yi Shiwen was a bigger threat. Roar! This time Beast Emperor finally couldn't help but attack. The light of the time law instantly exploded on his body. That terrifying aura almost completely froze the time between heaven and earth. Compared to ordinary time beasts, this fifth realm time Beast Emperor was much stronger. This time Beast Emperor opened its bloody mouth. Countless power of time was condensed, forming a sharp sword and slashed down on the spot. Sword of Time. This time Beast Emperor had actually cultivated the power of time to such a level. It could condense the Sword of Time and materialize the invisible time. This in itself was an incredible magical power. Just like the Time Robe, the Time Lord condensed the invisible existence of time into a material form and refined it into the Time Robe. Therefore, he could remain invincible under the joint attack of several Emperor-level creatures. He was powerful to an unimaginable extent, and finally became famous in one fell swoop against the Tian clan. Moreover, the Time Robe was very tough. If it hadn't encountered Emperor Primordius, it wouldn't have been damaged. Ordinary Emperor-level creatures wouldn't be able to destroy the Time Robe. What was time? Time was invisible and colorless. It didn't exist at all. Since it didn't exist, how could it be destroyed? This was the most heaven-defying aspect of the Time Robe. The Sword of Time condensed by this time Beast Emperor wasn't as powerful as the Time Robe. It was just a magical power and not a Tao tool. But just this alone was already very terrifying. The time Beast Emperor didn't have any intention to talk to Yi Shiwen. The Sword of Time instantly cut the space in half. Then, it rushed towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed. Sword of Time. At this time, the expressions of several Emperor-level creatures, not far away, suddenly changed. They were also drooling over the time fragments in the body of this fifth realm time Beast Emperor. That was why they joined forces to attack. But at this time, they were completely shocked by the means of the time Beast Emperor. The Sword of Time, condensed by the law of time, was too terrifying. It could definitely withstand a fatal blow from an ordinary Tao tool. Moreover, with the strangeness of the law of time, it was needless to say what kind of power and effect it could burst out. Many people had suffered from the time Beast Emperor before. Even the Emperor-level creatures were killed by the time fragments. In the face of the power of time, even the mighty Emperor-level creatures were insignificant. No one dared to say that they could completely control the existence of time. Who is this person? Can he block it? They all looked at Yi Shiwen, but they didn't hope that Yi Shiwen could block it because they didn't want to complicate the issue. There was one more powerful opponent. It was better to let Yi Shiwen take advantage of the situation to get rid of him. But in their hearts, they faintly hoped that Yi Shiwen could block it, because that would prove that the Sword of Time wasn't that great. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen's fate was likely to be their fate in the future. This power of time is indeed good, but it's still far from being able to hurt me. Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. He immediately blasted a punch and directly collided with the Sword of Time. Bang! The invisible, colorless, but powerful time sword collided with Yi Shiwen's fist on the spot. However, the power of time did not cut Yi Shiwen into two halves as everyone had imagined. On the contrary, the situation was completely opposite. Yi Shiwen only used his fist to block the Sword of Time with his bare hands. Not only was there no bloody scene that everyone expected, but even Yi Shiwen's body didn't seem to be affected by the law of time at all. The law of time seemed to have completely lost its effect on Yi Shiwen. It couldn't penetrate through Yi Shiwen's layers of defense to affect his body. Time had lost its effect on him. This was naturally the effect of the time robe. With Yi Shiwen's ability, although he could also achieve this, he couldn't digest the power of time contained in the Sword of Time so easily. Everyone was very clear about the strangeness and horror of the magical power of time, especially the many emperors who had cultivated to this level. They had more or less begun to come into contact with some of the law of time. It was just that they weren't so proficient and terrifying. Yi Shiwen smashed the Sword of Time with a punch and absorbed the law of time contained in it into his body. This scene also completely shocked the Time Beast Emperor. It should be known that such a situation had never happened before. He had seen someone as powerful as the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor, who was able to resist the power of time with his own strength. This was not surprising. Although the law of time was powerful, it was not invincible. It was impossible to kill everything. However, he had never seen an existence like Yi Shiwen who could so effortlessly turn his all-out attack into ashes. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He didn't care at all. He took a step forward and once again rushed towards the side of the Time Beast Emperor. The blood and qi in his body condensed like a pillar, surging like a stormy sea. He had also raised all of his power. He could already feel many malicious gazes sweeping over, so he had to end this battle quickly before they could react. Chapter 3099. There were many people present who coveted this Time Beast Emperor of the Fifth Realm. However, the others were still entangled by the Time Beasts. Only Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of this Time Beast Emperor. Among the many Time Beast Emperors present, their strength wasn't very high. Apart from the Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor that was imprisoned in the Forbidden Cage, this Time Beast Emperor was the most tyrannical. The other Time Beast Emperors weren't very strong. At most, they were at the second or third realm. It seemed as if the destiny of the entire race had been plundered by the powerful Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor. There wouldn't be a stronger Time Beast Emperor. If there was a Time Beast Emperor of the seventh realm or above, even the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. And this was almost the strongest Time Beast Emperor. If it weren't for the fact that the experts of the sixth realm who could kill it were restraining each other, perhaps it would have already been besieged and killed. Even so, there were still many people besieging it at this time. There were even figures of experts of the fifth realm. Because of this, Yi Shiwen had to take the initiative to attack before everyone else. Yi Shiwen could guess why the other experts of the sixth realm didn't attack. Wasn't it because of the Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor? But for Yi Shiwen, it was completely different, because it was impossible for him to participate in the competition at the first moment. He had plenty of time to wait. Although the existence of the sixth realm couldn't do anything to him, it was also impossible for him to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from the hands of several experts of the sixth realm. This Time Beast Emperor seemed to be in front of him, but in fact it was entrenched in the depths of the endless divine kingdom. Its eyes were fierce, and it was swallowing the world's vitality. Every time it swallowed, the light of the law of time would flicker. It was truly tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Shiwen suddenly chased after it, and this Time Beast Emperor sensed it. It suddenly raised its huge head, and a fierce light shot out of its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its dense fangs. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow the world. At that moment, a divine kingdom of time suddenly spread out. In an instant, countless resentful souls roared. These were the many creatures that had died in its hands over the years. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. They were imprisoned and turned into resentful souls. Die, human! All of a sudden, the Time Beast Emperor's eyes almost cracked open, and it swept out an extremely tyrannical divine sense. The power of time immediately began to act like a pair of invisible giant hands, and it directly imprisoned Yi Shiwen. In his hands, the power of time had truly become a kind of art. His technique was close to the Tao, and the power of his time-divine art had reached an unimaginable level. However, it seemed to be useless against Yi Shiwen. There seemed to be something in Yi Shiwen's body that could directly break through his time power. Moreover, it didn't break through forcibly. Instead, it melted easily, just like brine touching tofu. It dissolved effortlessly. The power of time had no effect on Yi Shiwen. Within the Time Beast Emperor's divine kingdom of time, it was as if it had been divided into pieces of time fragments. The flow of time was completely different. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive in this completely different flow of time. His body would soon collapse. However, Yi Shiwen didn't show such a situation. In fact, he didn't even use spiritual power to protect his body. He directly walked in the divine kingdom of time, but he wasn't affected at all. The power of time is indeed tyrannical, but it also depends on who it is. My body has long been indestructible, and no time can erase my body. No matter how fast or slow the flow of time is, it doesn't matter to me at all. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. With his understanding of the law of time, this degree of time restraint and influence was completely meaningless. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen instantly appeared in front of the Time Beast Emperor, and he immediately blasted out a punch. The fist energy twisted and gushed out, turning into a huge 6 paths wheel. The power of 6 paths of reincarnation in the 6 paths will almost shattered everything. But in just a moment, the entire divine kingdom was smashed into pieces. The power of this punch was unimaginably tyrannical. Roar! This Time Beast Emperor let out a loud roar, and it moved almost immediately. It actually collided with the 6 paths wheel on the spot. Bang! There was a loud sound of collision, and a shocking shock wave spread out in all directions. Yi Shiwen's fist blasted on the Time Beast Emperor's body, and the endless power of the law of time surged out of the Time Beast Emperor's body. It was like an armor, and it was firmly protected in it. The power of time on this Time Beast Emperor's body only resisted for a short period of time, and its defense was broken by Yi Shiwen's punch. The punch directly hit its body, and then it let out a scream, and was blasted away on the spot. Poochie! Blood sprayed out, and it was like a sky full of stars spraying out. What a strong punch! Just a simple punch can actually shatter the defense of the Time Beast Emperor. A few emperors who were rushing over from not far away saw this scene, and they couldn't help but gasp. They had more or less fought with this 5th realm Time Beast Emperor before, and they also knew how terrifying this 5th realm time beast was, especially that mysterious and unpredictable power of time, which made them even more helpless. However, when this 5th realm time beast emperor was facing Yi Shiwen, it had a feeling of being defeated in every aspect, and it was completely not a match for him. The power of time that it was proficient in could dominate the world, but it seemed to have lost its effect in front of Yi Shiwen, and it was completely useless. Who the hell is this person? Some people couldn't help but stare at Yi Shiwen with their eyes wide open, and they wanted to know where he came from. I seem to have seen him somewhere. I remember now. Isn't he the person that the Heavenly Tao sect is hunting? Someone suddenly remembered. Wasn't the Heavenly Tao sect hunting a person recently? And if I'm not mistaken, that person is the person in front of me. He is that martial emperor Yi Shiwen? It can't be. Didn't they say that his cultivation is at most in the 3rd realm? Some people remembered the information that they had obtained from the Heavenly Tao sect when they were searching for him. According to the information given by the Heavenly Tao sect, Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen should be in the 3rd realm. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Not only was he in the 3rd realm, but he might even be in the 5th realm. Many people suddenly felt somewhat lucky. After receiving the information from the Heavenly Tao sect, many people wanted to help the Heavenly Tao sect and capture Yi Shiwen in exchange for many rewards from the Heavenly Tao sect. Now that they thought about it, they were really lucky. If they had found Yi Shiwen before, they wouldn't even know how they died at this time. Damn, the Heavenly Tao sect! They simply want us to die. Many people naturally didn't think that Yi Shiwen had broken through from the third realm to the fifth realm in such a short period of time. That kind of speed was simply impossible no matter how they looked at it. The only possibility was that the Heavenly Tao sect clearly knew about Yi Shiwen's strength, but they didn't inform them at all, and just wanted them to die. Even if they didn't die in Yi Shiwen's hands, they would become enemies with Yi Shiwen in the end. Only the Heavenly Tao sect would be happy in the end. Even the Gun Jin Tiger Emperor turned his gaze towards the battle on this side. There seemed to be a bit of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be able to display his strength to this extent. Although it wasn't enough to make him feel a huge threat, Yi Shiwen seemed to be a bit too strong for the fifth realm. Yi Shiwen had already entered into a combat state at this time. He didn't know that his full strength had shocked many people. In fact, many people had even thought of a lot of nonsense because of this. The Time Beast Emperor was sent flying by Yi Shiwen's punch. It felt as if all the bones in its body had been completely broken. It wanted to roar and struggle to get out of Yi Shiwen's attack range, but it was of no use. Yi Shiwen immediately chased after it. Shwa! The Avicii sword instantly appeared in his hand and suddenly chopped down. It seemed as if the world had suddenly collapsed. The Avicii sword directly chopped down, and all the defenses on the Time Beast Emperor's body collapsed in an instant. It couldn't block the Avicii sword at all. It seemed as if the Avicii sword had directly transformed into a hell and smashed down. Bang! Another loud explosion sound was heard. The Time Beast Emperor's body collapsed on the spot in front of everyone's eyes. It didn't have the ability to resist Yi Shiwen's sword attack. The law of the time fragment was directly exposed. That huge law was shining brightly in the sky. "Haha, it's done!" Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed that time fragment. Just as Yi Shiwen was about to grab this piece of time fragment, another hand grabbed it from another direction. It wanted to grab the time fragment first. Yi Shiwen suddenly became angry. He had painstakingly killed the Time Beast Emperor, but someone actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos to grab the time fragment. He didn't hesitate at all. The Avicii's sword in his hand made a clanging sound and suddenly slashed down. It transformed into a hell and countless wails spread out. Rumble! The sword light collided with this huge hand. In an instant the world changed. It seemed as if everything had been blocked by this astonishing collision. Yi Shiwen felt a formidable power reverberating back at him. Even with his cultivation, his body slightly shook. However, his movements weren't slow, and he instantly grabbed the time fragment in his hand. At this time, he finally had the time to see who had made a move at the critical moment. Chapter 30-100. Yi Shiwen turned his gaze and saw a middle-aged man in white clothes looking at him indifferently. He was the one who snatched the time fragment just now. Lord of the Nirvana realm. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes, and a terrifying cold light burst out from his eyes. He didn't expect the Lord of the Nirvana realm to make a move at such a crucial time. Although he didn't want to fight with these super experts of the sixth realm too early, it didn't mean that he would easily give up. It wasn't clear when the Lord of the Nirvana realm had appeared from his original position. He was only a kilometer away from Yi Shiwen. This distance could be covered in a single step for an emperor. So it wasn't a big deal. The other emperor lords originally wanted to fight for it. However, when they saw that the person in front of them was actually the Lord of the Nirvana realm, they immediately extinguished the thought of fighting for it. Compared to the Lord of the Nirvana realm, their strength was far inferior. They also knew this. For the old ancestor of the Time Beast, they could only hope that they could take advantage of it. The real highlight was still the other Time Beast Emperors. Although the Time Beast Emperor that had its time fragment snatched was not dead yet, its strength had already plummeted. Unlike the Emperor Lords who cultivated the laws, they used their own understanding of the Great Way to activate various magical martial arts. Therefore, their strength would not be reduced easily. These Emperor-level creatures were completely different. If their core was snatched away, their strength would plummet even if they didn't die. However, at this time, no one was paying attention to him. Only some peak quasi-emperors were still staring at him. Perhaps they might have slaughtered an Emperor-level creature because of this. "Hand over the time fragment, and I will let you live." The Lord of the Nirvana realm looked at Yi Shiwen indifferently and said. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly and said, "Let me live? Ha ha ha." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. The Lord of the Nirvana realm's expression became colder and colder. He said, "Martial Emperor, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Heavenly Sect has also issued a wanted order to me. I don't recommend exchanging your head for a reward from the Heavenly Sect." "Exchanging my head for a reward? If you can do it, then you can try." Yi Shiwen's expression was solemn, but he didn't give an inch. The existence of the sixth realm wasn't enough to make him turn around and retreat. He really doesn't know his place. The Lord of the Nirvana world coldly glanced at Yi Shiwen. "You're just a nobody who has had some fortuitous encounters, but you've dared to oppose our super sections. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Lord of the Nirvana world was born in a super family of the Fortune divine dynasty. It was similar to the Emperor clan of the Myriad of Worlds, the G family. The Lord of the Nirvana world had a noble bloodline. Towards those rogue cultivators, the Lord of the Nirvana world, he had always looked down on them. Compared to the vast factions of these super sects, the loose cultivator sovereign emperors were simply too lacking. In terms of strength and faction, they were no match for them. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," the Lord of the Nirvana realm said coldly. In an instant, violent waves of Dharma power spread out from his body, instantly creating a huge hole in the sky. Even though he was in the strange and unpredictable Pantheon Palace, his strength was not restricted much. His terrifying strength, which was second only to that of a minor giant, suddenly burst out. Just in time. "I also want to see how powerful a level 6 expert is." Yi Shiwen's body was trembling. He wasn't afraid, but he was excited. It was a rare experience to be able to fight with a level 6 expert. Perhaps even the Lord of the Nirvana realm didn't expect that Yi Shiwen, who was nothing in his eyes, would actually use him as a whetstone, a stepping stone for him to advance further and enter the level 6. Otherwise, the murderous intent in his heart would have instantly exploded. Buzz! The Lord of the Nirvana realm's body emitted a strange power, and a terrifying aura surged out. Whoosh! An unimaginable wave broke through the air. In an instant, the Lord of the Nirvana realm had already surpassed the limits of this world. He rushed over with unparalleled speed, and even time and space were affected by his speed. When his speed reached the extreme, it could even climb to the domain of time. His speed was so fast that it was incomprehensible. Many of the sovereigns present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Nirvana scripture. It's really the Nirvana scripture. It's rumored that this scripture describes all the mysteries of speed. The ends of the world are only on the other side. One only needs to take a step to cross from the ends of the world to the ends of the sea. In terms of speed, the Nirvana scripture, cultivated by the Lord of the Nirvana realm, is truly at the peak. Someone exclaimed. The Lord of the Nirvana realm was also a widely famous existence among the sovereigns. Therefore, although many people didn't know the specific content of the Nirvana scripture that he cultivated, they had a rough idea of it. Bang! The Lord of the Nirvana realm's knife hand attack turned into a terrifying wave and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen's head. He wanted to kill him completely. At that crucial moment, Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block this terrifying knife hand attack. Thump, thump, thump. After Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, he finally couldn't withstand this huge force and was directly sent flying like a meteor. He flew for thousands of miles before finally stopping. Yi Shiwen only felt that all the blood in his body was surging. After the collision, his blood set off a huge wave. He's not dead? The Lord of the Nirvana realm squinted his eyes. He didn't hold back when he attacked just now. His biggest reliance was the Nirvana scripture that he created. When his speed reached a certain level, it itself was a kind of unparalleled killing power. Even a sovereign couldn't block his attack with his bare hands. However, Yi Shiwen in front of him blocked his attack with his bare hands. Although he was sent flying, he wasn't injured. In his opinion, this was really too unbelievable. Many of the other sovereigns also widened their eyes. They were very clear about the terror of the Lord of the Nirvana realm. Even the Rain Sovereign and the others who were also at the 6th level couldn't help but look at Yi Shiwen in a different light. It was really too shocking. Die. The Lord of the Nirvana realm snorted coldly and instantly attacked. When he attacked again, it instantly surpassed the speed of light. In an instant, the timeline was in a mess, and the influence of the strange timeline in the Valley of Time was broken. No one could see his figure at all, and he attacked forcefully. At the same time, Yi Shiwen forcibly suppressed the blood in his body and suddenly opened his double pupils. This pair of eyes instantly saw through many mysteries of time and space and captured the figure of the Lord of the Nirvana realm. If the Blue-Eye Emperor was here, even if his double pupils could capture the figure of the Lord of the Nirvana realm, it was useless. His speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the Lord of the Nirvana realm. A rainbow bridge appeared under the feet of the Lord of the Nirvana realm. In an instant, his speed had already reached an extreme level. However, Yi Shiwen was different. When he opened his double pupils, the demon wings behind him suddenly opened, and the power of time was released around his demon wings. The wings of time extended to the entire divine kingdom, and the figure of the Lord of the Nirvana realm stagnated. In an instant, Yi Shiwen seized the opportunity, and the entire demon wings protected him. Bang! The shocking attack of the Lord of the Nirvana realm directly hit the demon wings. The demon wings that were originally as hard as iron were shaken by this terrifying power, and densely packed cracks instantly appeared. Boom! Such a stalemate only lasted for a moment, and the demon wings immediately collapsed. Just when everyone was shocked by such a collision, they only saw a sword light shooting out from it. The sword light that was condensed from the terrifying evil aura moved slightly, and the entire universe collapsed along with it. It was no longer stable. This sword slashed out from the aftermath of the explosion, and its target was the Lord of the Nirvana realm. Whoosh! The sword light directly swept through the void, leaving behind an endless void crack, and rushed straight into the sky. Rumble! This sword directly slashed the depths of the void in the Pantheon Palace, and a lot of it exploded. The Lord of the Nirvana realm stood still, and it seemed as if he hadn't moved at all. However, everyone knew that he moved at the crucial moment, and he finally dodged this sword attack at the critical moment. On his cheek, a wound appeared and blood spurted out. He can actually injure the Lord of the Nirvana realm. What is his background? Why haven't I heard of him before? Some emperors looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. The endless explosions' aftermath dissipated, and Yi Shiwen's figure was revealed. He was holding a sharp sword in his hand, and that sharp sword seemed to carry the entire Avicii hell. It was extremely terrifying. The Nirvana scripture of the Lord of the Nirvana realm was too fast. It was an ancient scripture that had opened up the extreme speed, but it suffered under Yi Shiwen's hands. It was truly a loss. In fact, he was even injured by Yi Shiwen when he was in a higher realm than Yi Shiwen. If he didn't dodge in time, his chest might have been pierced by Yi Shiwen's sword. The ferocious sword in his hand definitely had such an ability. Even the Gun-Jin Tiger Emperor had a different feeling of respect for Yi Shiwen this time. This person with a mere cultivation of the 5th realm was not that simple, and he faintly felt a faint sense of threat. However, it only took an instant for him to expel it. What kind of joke was this? With his cultivation, how could anyone be a threat to him? You dodged quite quickly. Yi Shiwen grinned. Not only did he not hurt the joy of the Sixth Realm Emperor, but it also seemed to have aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. In his eyes, the Sixth Realm Emperor could also be injured, and it was not a big deal. He wasn't an existence that couldn't be defeated. Very good. In the past 1,000,000 years, you are the only one who can injure me. The Lord of the Nirvana Realm's expression didn't change, but everyone could hear the cold, killing intent in his words. After being injured by the Avicii sword, he was thoroughly enraged. Chapter 30:101. In the opinion of the Lord of the Nirvana Realm, this should have been a piece of cake. Would a mere Emperor Lord of the Fifth Realm dare to fall out with him for a piece of time fragment? He didn't think there was such a possibility. In the situation where the giants of the Seventh Realm couldn't enter due to the agreement, he was almost the strongest among the small group of people. There were people who could make him afraid to attack, but it was definitely not a martial emperor of the Fifth Realm. However, the reality was slapping him in the face. Not only did Yi Shiwen fall out with him, but he couldn't even take it down and was injured. He had been pampered and had never been injured for millions of years. Now that he had broken his rule here, it was undoubtedly a kind of humiliation for him. Whoosh! The Lord of the Nirvana Realm took the initiative. His movements were already so fast that people couldn't see him clearly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen wasn't nervous, nor was he afraid. There was only boundless excitement. Clang! The Lord of the Nirvana Realm's attack directly blasted in front of Yi Shiwen, but it was blocked by the time robe. However, his attack actually left a mark on Yi Shiwen's time robe, as if it was going to pierce through the time robe. Although the power of the time robe was no longer comparable to when it was at its peak after being broken by the Emperor Primordial Chaos, it was already extremely impressive for the Lord of the Nirvana Realm to be able to leave a mark on it. The Emperor Lords that Yi Shiwen encountered in the past could at most break the outermost time domain of the time robe. It was almost impossible for them to leave a mark on the time robe. His speed was too fast. Even if Yi Shiwen could see him, his reaction could barely keep up. It was impossible for him to block every attack, so he could only use the time robe to resist. Moreover, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to just take a beating without fighting back. When he was attacked, Yi Shiwen also performed his attack to the extreme. The Avicii sword in his hand turned into Avicii hell, and he immediately counterattacked the Lord of the Nirvana Realm. Facing the Avicii sword that could split the sky, even the Lord of the Nirvana Realm didn't dare to casually resist. If he was injured by Yi Shiwen, it would really be a great shame. Because of this, he couldn't attack with all his strength. Facing Yi Shiwen's seemingly injury-for-injury style of fighting, even he was a little startled. Even so, the attacks of the Lord of the Nirvana Shore were still terrifying. Each of his attacks pierced through the divine kingdom of time released by the time magic robe, and they were continuously destroyed by him. His speed had already risen to the extreme. Yi Shiwen increased his speed once again. He unfolded the wings of time and stimulated all kinds of secret techniques. He used the time robe for defense and the Avicii sword for offense. The martial emperor's seal was ready to be used at any time. He was going to go all out in this ancient war. This intense clash was rarely seen since ancient times. Two sovereign emperors of different cultivation realms could fight to such an extent. Yi Shiwen, who was merely in the Fifth Realm, was able to fight against the Lord of the Permitha continent, who was in the Sixth Realm. This was enough to prove his tyrannical strength. You know quite a lot of methods, but it's a pity. Do you think that the more you know, the better? Being knowledgeable also means that you aren't skilled, and if you aren't skilled, you will never be able to reach the highest realm. The Lord of the Nirvana Realm spoke, mocking him. People like you will never be able to climb to the peak. The Lord of the Permitha continent mocked Yi Shiwen while attacking. In his opinion, although Yi Shiwen had a lot of methods, which made him feel that it was a little tricky. It also meant that Yi Shiwen couldn't climb to the peak of a certain domain. My methods are only known for their speed, but that's enough. There aren't many in the world who can withstand my attacks. Behind the lord of the Permitha continent, someone was faintly chanting ancient scriptures. It was the Permitha scripture that appeared, and around him, countless fiery, red, Permitha flowers bloomed, as if they were going to bloom all over the heavens and the realms at this moment. Every sovereign emperor can reach this stage because they have walked to the peak of a certain path. Everyone is different. You aren't me. How do you know that my path can't reach the peak? Yi Shiwen wasn't moved. The lord of the Permitha continents. Words couldn't shake his firm heart. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, people had always said that his cultivation was heterogeneous and not refined. However, he didn't think so. All roads lead to Rome. Even the celestial masters didn't dare to say that they could understand everything in the world. Even they didn't dare to say that this path would be impossible. Others couldn't walk it, but he could. It might be the truth for others, but it was a fallacy for him. He naturally had his own insistence. What are you proud of? If my realm wasn't lower than yours, I would kill you like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Yi Shiwen's words were also an unceremonious counterattack. The lord of the Permitha continent snorted coldly. His expression became even more indifferent, and he was angry in his heart. Although he admitted that Yi Shiwen was indeed difficult to deal with, how could it be possible that he could kill someone in the same realm as him, like slaughtering a chicken or a dog? Then who was he? Who did he think he was? You're just relying on your sharp tongue. After the lord of the Permitha continent finished speaking, he instantly attacked again. He was extremely annoyed by Yi Shiwen's words. He instantly attacked, and his speed rose to the extreme. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. The speed of both of them was very fast. Every time they collided, it would only be a short moment. In fact, many people might not even be able to see their movements clearly. Their figures would only be revealed after every collision. Both of them were chasing each other in the sky, and they were fighting. Yi Shiwen felt that the lord of the Permitha continent had become powerful and terrifying. In order to kill Yi Shiwen, the lord of the Permitha continent had used all his means. Boom! The lord of the Permitha continent's knife hand attack arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. The first layer of demon wings that Yi Shiwen used to defend himself was instantly destroyed. After that, the knife hand attack didn't lose any momentum. It continued to bombard Yi Shiwen. Even the time god's kingdom of time couldn't resist it. It collapsed in front of his eyes. Bang! There was a huge roar, and this knife hand attack directly bombarded Yi Shiwen's time god's robe. This was already the lord of the Permitha continent's method of unleashing his speed to the extreme. He had indeed walked to the point where only a few people could match up to him. Just a simple knife hand attack could erupt with a terrifying attack that could penetrate the world. Each time was more terrifying than the previous one. In the battle with Yi Shiwen, although Yi Shiwen tried his best, he was still at a disadvantage. For others, this was enough to shock them. A fifth realm expert was fighting a sixth realm expert, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. This was simply a miracle. However, for Yi Shiwen it wasn't enough. As expected, when facing a sixth realm expert, he could only protect himself. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and all the aura on his body spread out. In an instant, it transformed into 3,000 martial arts. Each martial art was like the will of the world, and it instantly drowned the world. There were cracks in the space everywhere. Under the 3,000 martial arts, it completely collapsed. However, the lord of the Permitha continent didn't stop at all. He directly killed his way into the 3,000 martial arts. Every knife hand attack could completely destroy a martial art. It was as if he was dancing, and the world trembled under his attacks. Many emperors in the distance felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying method! He had really evolved his speed into endless attacking methods. He wasn't just dodging, and he had even touched the edge of time. The lord of the Permitha continent was indeed terrifying. No wonder he could be so arrogant. The 3,000 martial arts that he released were broken by the lord of the Permitha continent. But Yi Shiwen was still calm and didn't panic. His eyes had already turned into double pupils. Although this kind of magical power consumed a lot of spiritual power, Yi Shiwen, who had a complete level 2 dragon vein and an incomplete level 2 dragon vein, wasn't afraid of such consumption at all. The incomplete level 2 dragon vein was constantly burning, and the spiritual energy directly replenished Yi Shiwen's spiritual power. This unparalleled battle was still going on. Other than the Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor, the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Lord of the Permitha continent was the most eye-catching. Both of them displayed power that was far beyond everyone's imagination. The other Sixth Realm experts didn't show any signs of interfering. At this time, they all wanted to see what other methods the Lord of the Permitha continent had. After all, only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one emerge victorious. Especially since they were about to become competitors, there was no harm in knowing more. It would be best if both sides suffered losses. It seemed as if this battle would continue until the end of time. Yi Shiwen suddenly moved. He didn't withdraw the 3,000 martial arts. Instead, he pinched a seal, and the martial emperor's seal rotated for a moment. Then it instantly flew out and smashed towards the Lord of the Permitha, who was in the middle of the battle. Boom! In an instant, the Lord of the Permitha continent, who was originally in the midst of battle, was finally hit. He staggered and almost fell. The defense on his body was directly broken by the martial emperor seal. His movement suddenly stopped, and it was almost interrupted. Now's the time! Yi Shiwen roared. He was completely suppressed from the start, but he didn't give up. On the contrary, his dual pupil was always open, and he saw all the movements of the Lord of the Permitha continent in his eyes. The mysterious space madly calculated, capturing the trajectory of the Lord of the Permitha continent's movements, and analyzing where he might appear in the next instant. Yi Shiwen was like a supercomputer, and he calculated all the attacks, which was why he had such a shocking attack. Just for this attack, he consumed at least half of the level 3 dragon vein, and his wealth was like flowing water. But he felt that it was worth it. It was really worth it. Even if he had to consume another half of the level 3 dragon vein, Yi Shiwen wouldn't hesitate at all. Yi Shiwen, who had been waiting for a long time, successfully seized this opportunity. Golden light filled the sky under his feet, and a shocking sword light with unparalleled power slashed towards the Lord of the Permitha continent. Puchi! The sword light pierced through his right shoulder. Chapter 3102. Blood spurted out and scattered in all directions along with the sword chi. Every drop of blood that fell turned into a vast ocean, dropping down as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. Everyone was stunned because no one thought that Yi Shiwen could injure the Lord of the Nirvana realm, who was in the 6th level. Among sovereign lords, the difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was impossible to surpass one's level unless one had some heaven-defying technique or a heavenly venerable's weapon. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have any of these. He injured the Lord of the Nirvana realm by himself. Blood flowed from the Lord of the Nirvana realm's right shoulder, and a huge bloody hole appeared. At the edge of this bloody hole, the murderous aura was burning like a flame. The physical body of a sovereign lord was already indestructible and untainted by karma. No rule, magic power, or martial arts could leave a mark on the physical body of a sovereign lord. Only magic power that was equally powerful could leave a mark, and the Avicii sword had such an ability. He actually did it. The Rain Emperor narrowed his eyes. He was obviously very surprised. As someone who was on equal footing with him, he was very clear about the strength of the Lord of the Nirvana realm. Yi Shiwen could injure the Lord of the Nirvana realm with the strength of the 5th level. It was indeed impressive. No wonder the heavenly Tao sect had to pay a huge price to eliminate him. When he cultivated to the 6th level, wouldn't he be invincible? Perhaps even the giants of the 7th level couldn't defeat him. The gap between the 7th level and the 6th level was even greater than the gap between the 5th and 6th level. It was even more of a miracle. Even the Gung Jin Tiger Emperor was shocked. Yi Shiwen's combat strength had indeed shocked these people who thought that they were superior, especially when they felt a sense of danger. Yi Shiwen was no longer an enemy that they could look down on. However, many people also realized that the Lord of the Nirvana realm definitely wouldn't let Yi Shiwen go easily. The Lord of the Nirvana realm's aura didn't weaken at all after being hit by Yi Shiwen's sword. On the contrary, it expanded at a shocking speed like a balloon. As if a high explosive had exploded, the aura of countless rules gushed out of his body and turned into divine chains that expanded between heaven and earth. Originally, he didn't plan to use his full strength so early. However, he was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen now, and had to kill him no matter what. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. Yi Shiwen just coldly looked at the Lord of the Permitha. His hair was thick, and his eyes had a double pupil magical ability. It was flowing with flowing lights and vibrant colors. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and there was an indescribable transcendence about him. He faintly merged with the world. The Martial Emperor's seal was rotating above his head. Then the 3,000 martial principles transformed into silk threads and hung down to protect him. You have completely infuriated me. You will definitely die. No one can save you. The Lord of the Nirvana realm coldly looked at Yi Shiwen. A grim smile appeared on his face. He had already reached his limit. However, just when everyone thought that an intense battle was about to erupt between the two of them, the entire world suddenly shook violently as if the entire world was about to collapse in the next second. Roar! An incomparably loud roar spread in the void. That terrifying roar turned into sound waves that swept out instantly. A few peak quasi-emperors were carelessly swept by it and turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Even their primordial spirits were annihilated in an instant. They didn't even have the chance to revive. Everyone's gaze landed on the huge Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor. Sure enough, that Time Beast Emperor Ancestor was shaking violently. His originally glossy skin began to show wrinkles. Angel's decay, he's entering the Angel's decay state. Many people were shocked. Even an Emperor would rarely see an Emperor-level creature enter the Angel's decay state in their lifetime, let alone an Emperor-level creature of the 9th realm. Before the end of their lifespan, Emperor-level creatures would find a hidden place. Most of them would die in their ancestral tombs, so outsiders wouldn't know about it. His appearance, which hadn't changed for countless years, actually began to age crazily in the eyes of everyone in this short period of time. It seemed as if he had walked through the path of his entire life in just a few dozen breaths of time. From his peak to extreme aging, it only took a few dozen breaths of time. A terrifying aura rose in the void. Many people had been hiding for a long time. Now that this moment had finally arrived, they absolutely couldn't let go of this opportunity, no matter how many opportunities there were. A rare look of hesitation appeared on the Lord of the Permitha's face. On one side was a super strong enemy that he had to kill. On the other side was the 9th realm Time Beast Emperor that he had been waiting for a long time. Even if the Gung Metal Tiger Emperor was also coveting it, he didn't think of giving up. In the surroundings, the experts, especially the Emperor level experts, all stared the Time Beast Emperor ancestor with starry eyes. The other Time Beast Emperors and Time Beasts also rushed towards the cage with the word forbidden frantically. They wanted to protect it. This was the final stage. The contest between the two sides had finally reached the time to decide the victor. Humph! The Lord of the Permitha could only snort coldly in the end. He looked at Yi Shiwen with hatred. In the end, he still chose the Time Beast Emperor ancestor between the two. Such a choice didn't seem to be difficult for him. Relatively speaking, the Time Beast Emperor ancestor was more important. This was related to whether he could advance further or not. Roar! The Time Beast Emperor ancestor seemed to have reached the most critical moment. He was about to undergo nirvana. However, he was still very unwilling. It seemed as if he was carrying out his final struggle. However, the word forbidden was firmly suppressing his magic power. He didn't know who had arranged it. It could even suppress this ultimate monster of the ninth realm. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt that it was a pity. He had originally wanted to fight with the Lord of the Permitha. Even if he wasn't his opponent, he could still use him as a whetstone. After fighting with the Lord of the Nirvana realm for such a short period of time, he felt that he was about to break through. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a battle where life and death were decided in an instant. It was a battle that required extreme precision. Instead, it aroused the ambition in his heart. Roar! The Time Beast Emperor ancestor roared for the last time. In the end, he could only sit down. Everyone could clearly see that his originally majestic body had not only become old, but also shriveled. It seemed as if the chi and blood in his body couldn't be maintained and collapsed. The energy within his flesh and blood had been sucked dry in an instant. It seemed as if a terrifying power had been extracted from his body. Many emperors couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when they saw the scene. For experts at their level, death seemed to be a very distant thing. They were used to seeing life and death. However, they still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they saw this scene. What was even more terrifying were those emperor-level creatures. They were different from the emperors. As long as the emperors knew their place and didn't suffer a calamity, they could be said to be eternal. However, they were different. Regardless of whether they struggled or not, they would eventually die when their time came. Why did they take such a huge risk to enter the Heavenly Palace? Wasn't it to find a way to escape from the cycle of life and death? It was rumored that Heavenly Venerate had the method to cut off one's Tao and reconfirm one's Tao. This was what they cared about the most. That kind of desire wasn't something that emperors could understand. Anyone who stood in their way would be torn apart by them. Now that they saw the Time Beast Emperor ancestor's death, it was as if they could see the scene of their deaths in the future. The fear of death suddenly surged out from the bottom of their hearts and instantly covered their entire bodies, causing them to shiver. Even the lofty existence of the ninth realm was about to die. In the face of death, everyone was equal except for those emperors who cultivated laws. If it weren't for the attribute of immortality, the speed of growth of emperors wouldn't be able to compare to the emperor-level creatures who were born with invincible divine abilities. The fortune god dynasty wouldn't have been able to suppress everything. If the collective goal of these emperor-level creatures was to find a way to escape from the cycle of life and death, then many emperors would destroy this opportunity as long as it was possible. They wouldn't let these emperor-level creatures obtain this method. He's dead. Go. No one knew who shouted. Immediately, everyone rushed out as if they had been released from their imprisonment. The Gung Metal Tiger Emperor, who was already prepared, took the lead. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the forbidden cage. The other emperors and peak quasi-emperors also flew towards the forbidden cage in an instant. Roar! With a terrifying roar, an incomparably powerful, ferocious beast appeared behind the Gungjin Beast Emperor. It was his spiritual body. The Gungjin White Tiger roared fiercely and pounced on the cage with the word forbidden in it. Bang! The forbidden cage shook violently, but this was just the beginning. Immediately after, other emperors followed at the same time. Although everyone was very anxious, at the same time they were very clear that at this time they had to work together and break the forbidden cage first. As for who would be able to obtain the time fragment of the Time Beast Emperor ancestor, that was a matter for later. Very quickly, the Lord of the Nirvana Shore also joined in. With a dragon rise and phoenix fall, he instantly arrived in front of the forbidden cage before everyone else, and directly attacked the forbidden cage. Although the forbidden cage was very sturdy, and no one knew who had arranged it, it couldn't withstand the simultaneous attack of so many emperors, and cracks began to appear. "It's my turn!" Yi Shiwen took a step forward, but he didn't join the army. Instead, he directly appeared in front of a Time Beast Emperor. Chapter 30, 103. This Time Beast Emperor was just about to go and assist the others in resisting the surprise attack of the other emperors and emperors. However, Yi Shiwen landed in front of it in a flash. Roar! The Time Beast Emperor immediately reacted. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yi Shiwen. Its huge body was like an ancient divine mountain, and it launched an attack towards Yi Shiwen. A terrifying aura of destruction rushed towards Yi Shiwen. The speed of the Time Beast Emperor was extremely fast. The speed of the law of speed could reach the edge of the law of time. Conversely, the law of time could also reach the edge of the law of speed. Therefore, among the experts who controlled the law of time, there were many whose speed was at the peak. The law of time could even change the surrounding time, so that the flow of time around them would become faster, indirectly increasing their own speed. This Time Beast Emperor had obviously touched the edge of this level. The flow of time around him was astonishingly fast. For other Emperor-level creatures, such an opponent who could be fast or slow was undoubtedly very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, it encountered Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had already comprehended space from speed a long time ago, and he had comprehended time from space. So his comprehension of time law wasn't inferior to that of the Time Beast Emperor. In fact, his comprehension of time law was even better than that of the Time Beast Emperor. Bang! The astonishing attack of the Time Beast Emperor was blocked by Yi Shiwen in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. The Time Beast Emperor was shocked to find that it was the one who launched the attack, but in the end, it was the one who was sent flying. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He hadn't noticed anything when he saw Yi Shiwen fighting against the Lord of the Nirvana realm. After all, Yi Shiwen was in a disadvantageous position while fighting against the Lord of the Nirvana realm. He had only guessed how tyrannical Yi Shiwen's strength was. But now that they were fighting, it discovered that the gap between them was too big. As a third realm emperor-level creature, the gap between it and Yi Shiwen was too big. It took the initiative to launch the attack, but it was sent flying by Yi Shiwen's terrifying power. Interesting. Hand over the time fragment in your body. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He didn't crazily fight over the time fragments inside the body of the Time Beast Emperor ancestor like everyone else. That was because the battle over there was too intense. So, it was better to wait for a while than to fight over the time fragments with everyone else. The other Time Beast Emperors had also become Yi Shiwen's targets. To others, it was an extremely terrifying Time Beast Emperor. It was a powerful existence that could fight against 2 to 3 sovereign monarchs. It was an existence that had truly fused the power of time into its divine ability. However, it was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. The power of time that the other party was so proud of was not unfamiliar to Yi Shiwen. It was not a domain that he had never come into contact with. Boom! Above Yi Shiwen's head, the Martial Emperor's seal started to spin. 3,000 martial principles suddenly turned into countless martial wills. They covered the sky and the earth, directly submerging the world. Previously, the Nirvana Lord was able to freely enter and exit this wave of attacks. Almost everyone thought that the 3,000 martial principles were just SOSO. In fact, this third realm Time Beast Emperor could almost feel the terror of the 3,000 martial principles in an instant. He had to use all his strength to block 1 or 2 of them. When the remaining 3,000 martial principles erupted, they instantly submerged him. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful and terrifying this magical power was. However, Yi Shiwen's martial power was still shallow. Therefore, he couldn't display the most terrifying power when facing the Lord of the Nirvana realm. Even so, the Lord of the Nirvana realm, who was at the sixth realm, had suffered a big loss. Every martial principle was almost equivalent to Yi Shiwen's full-strength attack. When these 3,000 martial principles were completely unleashed, their power was astonishing. They completely submerged the Time Beast Emperor. Roar! The Time Beast Emperor roared again and again. In a collision of this level, his subordinates were completely useless. Yi Shiwen could kill a large group of quasi-emperor level time beasts with a flip of his hand. If they rushed forward, they would only be courting death. They wouldn't be of any use at all. The time domain around him had long been fragmented. He was completely unable to organize an adequate defense. Crash! The martial emperor's seal suddenly smashed down. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Boom! The martial emperor's seal smashed directly on the head of the Time Beast Emperor. The Time Beast Emperor tried to use the law of time to slow down the speed of the martial emperor's seal so that it could escape. However, it was of no use. The law of time had lost its effect on the martial emperor's seal. It should be said that the 3,000 martial principles of the martial emperor's seal contained a part of the law of time. This degree of reversal of the flow of time couldn't affect it at all. Bang! The head of the Time Beast Emperor was smashed into pieces on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Time Beast Emperor kept retreating. Just as it was planning to regroup, an astonishing sword light with peerless attack power slashed down. Poochie! The Time Beast Emperor couldn't resist such power and was cut in half. Then a big hand reached out and grabbed the time fragments in the body of the Time Beast Emperor. It was as if it had grabbed countless worlds. Then it grabbed the time fragments in the body of the Time Beast Emperor and grabbed them in its hand. This time fragment was the origin core of the Time Beast clan. It couldn't resist at all when Yi Shiwen directly grabbed it. The spirit attached to it was instantly eliminated. The Time Beast Emperor died on the spot. Then its body was grabbed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. A Time Beast Emperor was killed in an instant when it was facing Yi Shiwen's all-out attack. Yi Shiwen's terrifying combat power was displayed incisively and vividly. However, at this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the forbidden prison cage. No one paid attention to this side. Otherwise, they might be scared to death. This was much faster than when Yi Shiwen had killed the Time Beast Emperor of the Fifth Realm. At this time, the situation was already chaotic. There were fights everywhere. No one could care about this side. Yi Shiwen was also like a fish in water, shuttling through these chaotic battlefields. In any case, as long as he didn't move in the direction of the forbidden prison cage, the other emperors wouldn't attack him even if they saw him. That was because everyone had seen the battle between him and the Lord of the Prometha. Although Yi Shiwen had fallen into a disadvantageous position, everyone could see that he was definitely a troublesome existence. He couldn't be dealt with by ordinary people. If they got entangled with him and missed the most crucial moment, they would really cry their eyes out. Bang! Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down and beheaded another Time Beast Emperor. The time fragment in its body was completely grabbed into its body. The situation was chaotic. In just a short time, countless cracks of various sizes appeared on the forbidden prison cage. This forbidden prison cage was very terrifying. The laws inside were also very ingenious. It borrowed the power of the Time Beast Emperor to imprison itself. It constantly extracted the vitality of the Time Beast Emperor to replenish the consumption of the forbidden prison cage. If the Time Beast Emperor was at his peak, no one could break the forbidden prison cage. Otherwise, those Time Beast Emperors would have already rescued him. It was only now that the Time Beast Emperor had experienced the angel decay. His vitality was declining, and he couldn't maintain it anymore. Only then did the cracks appear. As the Time Beast Emperor's power gradually weakened, more and more cracks appeared. At this time, no one was in the mood to pay attention to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen took advantage of this period of time like a fish in water. He hunted down emperors everywhere. It wasn't just time beast emperors. He even killed 2 emperors from other domains. In just a short time, he had already killed 6 emperors. Among them were 4 time beast emperors and 2 beast emperors from other domains. Even if the other emperors saw this, they would turn a blind eye. After all, the emperors and emperors were enemies to begin with. These emperors wanted to rule the world again and rule the fortune god dynasty. They didn't stop even for a day. The battle between the 2 sides didn't stop for even a moment. It would only be possible if one of them died. Bang! Finally, an incomparably loud roar sounded. The forbidden prison cage collapsed. The forbidden word turned into a character and turned into a ball of light. It was about to disappear into the sky. At this time, several figures chased after it. Many people knew that this forbidden word was also a good thing. It was extraordinary to be able to imprison a terrifying existence of the 9th realm. Naturally, many people knew the value of this forbidden word. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to choose between the forbidden word and the time beast emperor, perhaps even the gunmetal tiger emperor would come to fight for it. Only a few emperors and emperors who felt that they didn't have much hope would choose to fight for the forbidden word. However, before they could catch up to the forbidden word, a figure flew out at lightning speed. In an instant, everyone could only see his back. That pair of incomparably huge wings was like a pair of wings that covered the sky. What, it's him! So fast! Those few figures didn't expect that the first person to catch up would be none other than Yi Shiwen, who had been drifting behind them. Damn it! Why didn't you fight for the time fragment? Why did you come to fight with us? All of a sudden, these sovereign emperors were enraged, and they immediately unleashed astonishing attacks towards Yi Shiwen. However, their attacks were useless. They were all blocked by Yi Shiwen. Chapter 3104. Their attacks were earth-shattering, but in front of Yi Shiwen it seemed to be nothing. As Yi Shiwen blocked the attacks of the many sovereign emperors, he reached out and grabbed the seal talisman. His speed was the fastest. It could even be said that he had been waiting for the seal talisman to fly out. This seal talisman was so powerful that it couldn't be defeated. Hence, when it flew out, it had already been activated. After unfolding the wings of time, Yi Shiwen's speed reached its peak. It wouldn't be a problem for him to escape from a 6th realm emperor lord, let alone the others. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen grabbed the seal talisman. However, just as Yi Shiwen grabbed the stop character charm, a barrier suddenly appeared on his arm. This stop character charm extended its barrier to Yi Shiwen's body. Everyone had seen the power of the seal talisman when it imprisoned the time beast emperor old ancestor. Naturally, they knew how powerful it was. At this time, seeing the scene, they couldn't help but laugh loudly. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Now he should sprain his waist. However, before they could finish laughing, they saw an amazing sword light appearing on Yi Shiwen's arm. The sword light turned into countless sharp swords and slashed out. Those enchantments had yet to imprison Yi Shiwen at a deeper level. They were completely shattered by the sword chi that erupted from Yi Shiwen's hand. Yi Shiwen also had a deep understanding of the Tao of Seals. He had already reached this level. So, he didn't only have a superficial understanding of any kind of magical power. Although the Tao of Seals was powerful, once it succeeded, its power would be limitless. For example, this seal talisman could even imprison a 9th realm emperor lord if it circulated continuously. However, if it wasn't activated, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. For example, Yi Shiwen seemed to be extremely fast when he sealed the Jade Eye Emperor, but in fact he had to first suppress the Jade Eye Emperor before he could seal it. Hence, Yi Shiwen guessed that the person who could seal the Time Beast Emperor Old Ancestor was at least a 9th realm existence, or even a heavenly venerable. Considering that the Time Beast Emperor was also difficult to find in the same realm, the person who sealed it was most likely a heavenly venerable expert. Hence, their expectations were quickly dashed. These seals and boundaries couldn't affect Yi Shiwen at all. The radiance of the seal character surged out of his hand, and soon the banned character was suppressed and absorbed into his body. At the same time, the mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's body began to frantically analyze the various ways in the word forbidden. His own understanding of the Tao of sealing was also advancing by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he had two dragon veins in his body. Now he was even richer, so he was not stingy with his crazy consumption. These sovereign emperors finally gave up when they saw Yi Shiwen put away the forbidden character talisman. They didn't have the strength of the Lord of the Permitha and the others. They didn't dare to force Yi Shiwen to hand over the forbidden character talisman. At the same time, on the other side, the fight for the position of the Time Beast Emperor was getting more and more intense. It had almost entered a white-hot stage. In particular, the competition between the sovereign emperors of the Sixth Realm was even more intense. Both sides were surrounding the Time Beast Emperor, and everyone had entered a state of madness. Seeing the Time Beast Emperor in front of them, no one could remain calm. In particular, the competition between the sovereign emperors of the Sixth Realm was even more earth-shattering. They were the ones closest to the Time Beast Emperor, and the others didn't dare to approach at all. There were already a few sovereign emperors of the First Realm and Second Realm who wanted to take away the corpse of the Time Beast Emperor, while the sovereign emperors of the Sixth Realm were entangled with each other. However, on this issue, the sovereign emperors of the Sixth Realm were surprisingly on the same side. When they saw someone doing so, they instantly changed their confrontation to a joint attack. Hence, those sovereign emperors were completely, tragically defeated. Their souls were directly destroyed. In this pan-heavenly palace, these sovereign emperors of the Sixth Realm were already the most terrifying existences. After a few such incidents, no one dared to try it again. At least, no one dared to act recklessly before a better opportunity came out. Everything was just as Yi Shiwen had guessed. These sovereign emperors attacked each other and delayed each other. No one had a way to take away the corpse of the Time Beast Emperor in the first place. Hence, Yi Shiwen didn't have to worry. He could slowly refine the talisman next to him. However, his mind was always on the battlefield, and he didn't relax in the slightest. As long as there was the slightest problem, he would immediately take action. At the same time, he began to refine the time fragments in the body of the Time Beast Emperor. These were almost the most precious things in the body of the Time Beast Emperor. They were also the source of the Time Beast Emperor. Yi Shiwen continued to comprehend these time fragments while injecting magic power into them. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that the time around him instantly accelerated. Many people noticed the changes around Yi Shiwen, and they immediately felt that it was strange. They didn't know what was going on with him. However, many people could also see that the flow of time around Yi Shiwen was completely different from theirs. It was crazily increasing by hundreds or even thousands of times. This kind of flow of time caused the space to be unable to withstand it, and huge cracks appeared. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Instead, he stood quietly in the sky. He was taking advantage of this opportunity to comprehend. He used the time fragments to accelerate the flow of time around him, so that 1 second in the outside world would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times in the inside world. This would buy him enough time. The time law fragment was indeed very amazing. This was the core of the origin that could only be born in the body of the Time Beast Emperor. As time passed, Yi Shiwen's comprehension of the time law had made great progress. Even his comprehension of the other laws was improving at an astonishing speed. Because of the flow of time, only a short period of time had passed in the outside world. However, for Yi Shiwen, several years had actually passed. Yi Shiwen's aura became more and more mysterious. The Minxin ancient tree loomed behind him, stabilizing his mind. He was now multitasking. On one hand, he had to comprehend the time law. On the other hand, he had to comprehend the other laws. At the same time, he had to comprehend the repair method of the time robe. Each of these required a huge amount of mental energy. Even the Emperor realm experts couldn't bear this kind of comprehension. If it wasn't for the help of the Mingxin ancient tree, perhaps his mind would have already collapsed and couldn't hold on. However, Yi Shiwen did it at the same time. Yi Shiwen felt that he had already touched the threshold of the sixth realm. In fact, the barrier was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that he could break through to the sixth realm at any time. Originally, he thought that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to enter the sixth realm in the Pan-Heavenly Palace because there was too little time. However, it was different now. With the help of the time fragment, he had already saved a lot of time. In this respect, the time fragment was worthy of being one of the heavenly treasures that many Emperor realm experts and Emperor-level life forms wanted to fight for. Bang! However, just as Yi Shiwen was planning to continue his cultivation, the time fragment in his body collapsed on the spot. Yi Shiwen had previously injected his spiritual power and frantically stimulated this time fragment. He had already consumed the potential of the time fragment in a short period of time. This time fragment was not unlimited. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to continue to consume it like this. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little distressed. How much time had passed, and he had already consumed a time fragment. It should be known that he only had 5 time fragments in total. Now, one of them had already broken. It doesn't matter. At this time, I have to strike while the iron is hot. The sixth realm is already close at hand. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and said fiercely. This was because he understood that only by truly entering the sixth realm could he participate in this competition. In particular, among the many competitions in the Pan-Heavenly Palace, the fifth realm was nothing. Only the experts of the sixth realm were qualified to compete. Now that the situation was urgent, even the people of heavenly Taoism had infiltrated on a large scale. He had to obtain sufficient strength before that. Yi Shiwen immediately injected his spiritual power into another time fragment. Then, the time around him that had just stopped increased rapidly again. The flow of time was so fast that people could not see his figure clearly. They only felt that his figure was becoming more and more blurred, as if he had disappeared in the long river of time. At the same time, the incomplete level 2 dragon vein in Yi Shiwen's body was also constantly burning at an astonishing speed. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Great Way was also increasing at an astonishing speed. The barrier of the sixth realm was also weakening at an astonishing speed. There was also hope, and he could even feel that the realm of the sixth realm was right in front of him. On the other side, the battle at this time was even more intense. Everyone was going crazy, and no one cared about Yi Shiwen at all, especially the few experts of the sixth realm who had been watching Yi Shiwen. When they saw this scene, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly a great threat. Although he could not defeat them, he was enough to threaten their existence. It was really good that such a person did not participate in this, and the others did not dare to approach this peerless evil star who had just fought fiercely. Therefore, there was directly an empty space around Yi Shiwen, allowing him to freely comprehend and constantly consume time fragments to improve. The incomplete level 2 dragon vein in Yi Shiwen's body was fading at an astonishing speed. The originally solid body also began to become transparent. These were all signs of consumption to the limit. And the time fragments on Yi Shiwen's body also exploded one after another. The second piece, the third piece. Until the third piece, Yi Shiwen's aura finally completed the transformation. A majestic and terrifying aura swept out from his body. The sixth realm,